this is how it has to be. I just have to look inside. Yeah. Yep. How many of these got? 14. Let's run around with 10 of them. Some more. Now I got 20. Let's see if we can level up this armor. I'm not fighting right now.
Hungry, are you?
I'll tone it down a bit. Oh, no. Alright, not that either. That's too good. There we go. Let's chill out a little bit. Chill a little bit.
Don't forget your vegetables. A balanced diet matters.
Alright, get my shotgun.
Want something custom made? You just tell me what you need.
Artifacts. This is the part that bothers me. Artifacts to level up armor is a bitch.
If you need anything, just drop by.
I need artifacts, bro. I have to actually beat these people though. Alright, farming artifacts now. That's the only thing I gotta do.
Got in a car accident? Don't call a lawyer. Use this free AI tool instead. That's how I walked away with $99,000 from a payphone.
A lot of people have been farming this wall, but in this video I'll show you a more efficient way to do this, so that you can see how fast you can actually get Abyss artifacts from this spot. But before I begin, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more guides like this in the future. This farm relies upon earning XP to fill up the yellow bar to gain Abyss artifacts, but there's a limit of 100 artifacts per character, and you'll notice once your bar stops filling up. My cliff has sadly reached this limit, so this time I'll be farming with Damien that came fresh out of chapter 8. Her bar stops filling up. My guys like this in the future. This farm relies on earning XP to fill up the yellow bar to gain Abyss artifacts, but there's a limit of 100 artifacts per character, and you'll notice once your bar stops filling up. My cliff has sadly reached this limit, so this time I'll be farming with Damien that came fresh out of chapter 8. But before you start farming, you need to unlock the Ice element first to gain access to the Frost Mantle skill. You can check out my other video on how to use a shortcut to unlock this from the link in the description. You will also need the Shattering Frost Abyss here that you can get from the Frozen Alder Tree side quest after beating this boss named Gwen Craver. This quest can be found under House Celestia. This side quest will unlock after doing all 3 Paronzo Troll quests. That's your side, and once you're close, use Frost Mantle. The enemies around you will become frozen, then they will shatter right after. And because of Shattering Frost, more enemies will get hit by Frozen Mantle. You do not have to worry about the spirit cost because you get it back right after killing them. After they're all gone, simply teleport to the Nexus to spawn a new batch of enemies. It's that simple. But why can't we just kick them off the cliff? Because they will come back up, alive and well, and you won't get XP. So what other people end up doing is that they lure them away from the edge before killing them to avoid accidentally knocking them off the cliff. They go from one side to the other to lure them in. Then they go back to kill them all. Luring them is a waste of time because you can just kill them easily on the spot with Frozen Mantle and Shattering Frost, which makes this farm twice faster because you only do one trip. Usually all 3 characters have different elemental skills, but for some reason they all have the same Frost Mantle. So that's why you can easily farm this with any character you have. And if you haven't used Damien or Ulka before, then you'll get lots of XP early on.
If you are constantly running out of artifacts in Crimson Desert, then this method is going to save you a lot of time, because artifacts are extremely important for upgrading weapons and gear, unlocking powerful skills, and making overall progression much faster. And today, I'm going to show you one of the easiest ways to farm unlimited artifacts without wasting hours grinding. For unlimited artifact farming, the first thing you need to do is go to the camp and come to Ross. From here, we need to select a dispatch mission. Make sure to select the dispatch mission called Time-Worn Ruins Excavation. As you can see, after clearing the Time-Worn Ruins Excavation dispatch mission, we get artifacts as rewards. There is no guarantee on how many artifacts you will get. Sometimes you may get 2, and sometimes 5. The completion time for this mission shows 3 in-game days. So first, we need to select Comrades for this mission and make sure to start it in repeat mode. This is important because once the mission ends, it will automatically start again. Now we have to wait 3 days, but 3 in-game days basically means around 3 hours in real life.
There's no one better
And
than me when it comes to
we
managing
cannot wait
things.
that long if we want fast farming and unlimited artifacts. So now we need to select Comrades for this mission and make sure to start it in repeat mode. This is important. In Dispatch mission, we get artifacts as rewards. Time-Worn Ruins Excavate limited artifact farming. The first thing you need to do is go to the camp and come to Ross. From here, we need to select a dispatch mission. Make sure to select the dispatch mission called Time-Worn Ruins Excavation. As you can see, after clearing the Time-Worn Ruins Excavation dispatch mission, we get artifacts as rewards. There is no guarantee on how many artifacts you will get. Sometimes you may get 2, and sometimes 5. The completion time for this mission shows 3 in-game days. So first, we need to select Comrades for this mission and make sure to start it in repeat mode. This is important because once the mission ends, it will automatically start again. Now we have to wait 3 days, but 3 in-game days basically means around 3 hours in real life. And obviously, we cannot wait that long if we want fast farming and unlimited artifacts. So now we need to go to Domina City and head over to the circus. Once you arrive at the circus, you will see the time skip option. Use it to skip daytime so it becomes night. After that, go to the nearby tent and use the bed to rest and skip nighttime. As soon as nighttime ends, go back near the circus and skip daytime again. By doing this process, we can skip 3 in-game days in around 1 minute of real-life time. Now we simply need to repeat the same process until 3 days are completed. If you do not know how to unlock time skip, I already mentioned a full guide video link in the description showing all 3 methods to unlock it, so you can check that out and unlock Timeskip first. Now that the 3 days are completed, let's go back to camp and check how many artifacts we received. One important thing to remember is that dispatch mission rewards always go to your camp chest and never directly into your inventory, so make sure to check the camp chest. As you can see, I received 2 artifacts as rewards this time. Now all we need to do is keep repeating the timeskip process again and again to collect unlimited artifacts. One important thing to know is that dispatch missions require a lot of resources, and for that, we need money. I already added my unlimited gold bar farming guide video link in the description, where you can farm more than 21 gold bars at once. You can also collect mission resources very quickly by starting dispatch missions and using the timeskip method, so running out of resources should never really become a problem. So yeah, that's one of the easiest ways to farm unlimited artifacts in Crimson Desert. If this helped, drop a like, subscribe for more guides, and I'll see you in the next one.
If you needed to kill someone,
Okay, let's try a bigger rope. Oh my god, I'm out of rope? Okay, time to upgrade.
This is a good guy.
If you're constant, start
You
again.
found the way that I
Now
actually
we
want
have
to
to
find.
wait 3 days.
Thank you. The natural way to get this runs.
The best way to farm infinite artifacts and rare crafting
What
recipes
do you mean?
are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those
Oh.
workers you then send on dispatch missions for artifacts, abyss cores, or gold bars. And each run has the chance to drop a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you gotta do research in Delecia at the Dewhaven Keep. Finishing the Shire research.
So now we can get
At the
workers.
Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary by everyone and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want, through infinity. The best way to farm infinite artifacts and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch missions for artifacts, abyss cores, or gold bars, and each run has the chance to drop a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you gotta do research in Delecia at the Dewhaven Keep. Finishing the Shire research grants you a dispatch mission at the Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary. You might get 1 and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want, through infinity. The best way to farm infinite artifacts and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch artifacts, abyss cores, robotic workers, you gotta do research
stop right there. Accept your fate.
Dispatch mission for artifacts. Finishing the Shire research grants you a dispatch mission for mecha very like and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want. True infinity. Best way to farm artifacts and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch missions for artifacts, abyss cores, or gold bars, and each run has the chance to drop a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you gotta do research in Delecia at the Dewhaven Keep. Finishing the Shaya research, we're onto a dispatch mission at the Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary. You might get 1 and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want. Through infinity. The best way to farm infinite artifacts and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers get dispatch artifacts or gold bars, and each round has a chance to build a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you can research Celestia at the dispatch mission at the Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary like and you can repeat it as many times as you want through infinity. This is the part of the recipe for robotic workers in the desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch missions for gold bars, and each round has a chance to build a rare crafting recipe. Robotic workers get to research Celestia at the Haven Keep, finishing the Shaya research. Round to a dispatch mission at the Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary by 1 and up to 3 mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times through infinity. Especially for the artifact and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch missions for artifacts, abyss cores, or gold bars, and each round has the chance to drop a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you get to do research in Delesia at the Duke Shaya research. Round to a dispatch mission at the Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary. You might get 1 and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want through infinity. Specifically for permanent artifact and rare crafting recipes are robotic workers in Crimson Desert. Those workers you then send on dispatch missions for artifacts, abyss cores, or gold bars, and each round has the chance to drop a rare crafting recipe. For the robotic workers, you get to do research in Delesia at the New Haven Keep, finishing the Shaya research. Rounds to a dispatch mission at the Marty Steel Armory called Craft Mecha Worker. Their rewards vary. You might get 1 and up to 3 new mecha workers, and you can repeat it as many times as you want. This is the best sustainable farming method of Abyss artifacts and high-level gear at the same time with Crimson Desert. First, travel to these 4 locations north of enemies. Find these enemies and do not kill them. Instead, hold your shield and wait for them to strike safe from disarm them and steal their shields and weapons. Next, you're going to take all items to your favorite witch, so she can extract every Abyss gear from them. And here's a bonus tip. So, the same mistake.
Strike
faster you gain XP. The final step is to go to any located area on your map.
time's up.
Next, you want to take all items to your favorite witch, so she can extract every Abyss gear from them.
You wicked
Step under craft this gear to gamble all our tier 1 After 2 all our tier 1 weapons. Which really
Ready. I think you're getting scared. Just die already. Like a pig. Try to run now.
you a great debt.
You appreciate the value of gold. I'll grant you that. Catching you might net me a king's ransom.
Stand your ground.
Cover my gold will die. So you do value your life. Gold belongs only to those who know its worth.
Am I meant to be impressed? I think you're getting scared. Die! Fucker! Die! Die, knives once more!
with you.
Catch my breath. Die!
Just die already.
Gold belongs only to those who know its worth. You appreciate the value of gold. I'll grant you that. Catching you might net me a king's ransom. Any who cover my gold will die! Any who covet my gold will die! Gold belongs only to those who know its worth! Catching you might net me a king's ransom! You appreciate the value of gold. I'll grant you that. You appreciate the value of gold. I'll grant you that. Gold belongs only to those who know its worth. Any who covet my gold will die!
You look far too serious. Let's fix that. I'll keep it safe, you have my word. I just love organizing and sorting out everything. You could fatten the camp's funds through a bit of trading. You got any good trading? I'll be here if you need me.
island. So now that we've done that, what we can actually do is walk our way around, and there'll be a platform on the other side here. You can stand on that one and just repeat the process, activate the tower, use L2 and R2 for the next column. It will be the very back right one for the route that I'm taking. Activate that, and that will pull us over to this final column. And from here, you can just climb up and access the actual main body of the island. Obviously, if you're on the lip there, do a little jumping aerial force palm or a double jump to gain some extra height. And if you have a couple points of stamina, you should be able to climb all the way up there without too much of a problem. If you can't climb up here, do a jumping triple force palm to gain some extra height and then climb the rest of the way. But as you can see, just with a couple points of stamina, I was able to climb up there relatively early on in the story. Then just walk our way forwards onto this island, and you should see here there is the sort of end point just ahead of us, but we actually need to do the button, and the button's like the big lit up button right behind us. So when you do climb up, make sure to push the button. The way I like to do this is with a jumping aerial force palm. It never lets me down. So do that, activate it, and then this will clear the actual Abyss Island, and the reward will become active. But as this is part of the story, you will then get a cutscene with a new character that you'll be meeting, and that will then actually teleport you away from the island if it's your first time there. Then, if you want to unlock the actual magic, you're going to need to teleport back to this Abyss Island. So open your map, press R3, teleport back here, and now we can actually begin progressing to the magic. The story part is out of the way. The story won't tell you to come back here, by the way. This is the sort of missable part. But luckily there is a teleporter because we've already done the puzzle. So hop onto the teleporter, run on up to the platform at the back. See the button's already been pressed, we don't have to worry about that. We basically want to run to where the big altar is here and go behind it, as this will be our route onto the next Sky Island. So this one is cleared, 3 more to go to unlock the lightning elemental magic. When this is blue, which it will be after clearing the island, you can walk into it, which will spawn a little column behind it, which you can then basically use your grapple hook to interact with the actual circle, and just spin it to the right, hold right on the D-pad until you get some resistance, until it starts to glow, and that just means it is doing it, and it will activate a load of, I don't even know what you call them, platforms that you can then run across to progress to the next island. This part isn't too bad. I mean, this is just running across, but obviously take your time. Falling down is going to completely just waste your time. You're going to have to do the whole thing all over again. So I like to do precision jumps on these, but obviously do what works for you. You could also just jump in the air and glide across. That works perfectly well as well. So make your way across all of the platforms, and eventually you'll get over to this little island with a little hole down in the middle. The hole will actually be an elevator that will come up, and when it comes up, you can just stand on it. Now, do be aware there might be a treasure chest here that I missed, and we will check that out. So if you are watching this, you might want to see if that is a chest and grab it, as I did miss this one. So you can see as we're going down, there should be an opening, and in that opening there's an object that looks like a chest. So just over to my left here, you can see just behind, there's a little room with a chest in there, so you might want to grab that. I was contemplating jumping back up, but I thought I'd better not. So grab that if you want to, otherwise ride the elevator all the way down to the very bottom, and you'll see there'll be a load of platforms nearby so that we can start progressing our way to the next island. So head on across. I like to do these precise jumps. I know they're slower, but falling off is so much fun. We have to teleport back and do the whole thing again. So run across. There'll be a portal here, and this portal will then teleport us to the next Abyss Island. And now we can begin the second island properly. So this is the secret Garden Abyss Island right here on the map. So let's do this one next. So you can see it here on the map if you want to jump here because you've been off doing something else in the meantime. But you will start off in this very corner. What you want to do is jump and make your way up to the platform just above us. And this one can be really confusing if you don't know what to do, but hey, when you do know what to do, it's just super easy, as with most of these puzzles. They're hard to understand, but easy to complete, if that makes sense. So what we want to do is basically line up the lasers to bounce around and hit the lights in the back of the room. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. We basically need to connect the glowing blue, you call it like the motherboard chip that's in the back right corner there. So just jump down to this platform, and you can actually use this ginormous rock by grabbing it with your grapple hook. You can use this as a little platform or a little island on the water. But the smaller rocks don't work for this. You can't really stand on them. You just end up falling in. But you can just swim or jump across, whatever works for you. I just thought it was fun to use a little platform there. So after that, I just swam across, and I'm going to grapple the actual little blue motherboard chip thing there, and I'm just going to drag it as far back towards where we just came from as I can, because we want to get it all the way over to one of the orbs that are shooting the laser lights out. After that, you can just climb on up, and you can basically climb on any of the walls here, so just climb on up whichever you want, and then we should be able to fly back to that middle platform in the water to push it even further in the direction that we want to.
Go to your room. Mama needs to get her guns.
Always glad to have your company.
You need to get over your shit, soldier.
I like it here. It's safe.
Look, I got an emergency meeting. You're up, Mom.
No. It's a burrito. Eat a burrito with your hands. Like this.
I just love organising and sorting out everything.
That's my room.
Second time that Black Hawk has gone over us today.
You got come back when you've more stuff to leave with me.
Kind of secret base or some shit.
What you are witnessing here?
He's waiting for you.
He's seeking this heart. So when you're up at the top, this is basically where you will finish the puzzle. You can just jump back down over to this middle island, and then from here we can re-grapple onto the new thing and line it back up to where we want it to. So from here we can turn it all the way around to where we came from. You can see where the spotlight is shining is where we need to connect it to. So usually those lights, those spotlights, basically tell you where to go or what you need to focus on doing. They're kind of like the red paint of this game, to be honest. So if something's like lit up, it probably means you've got to do something there. So just line it up nearby. We can actually fix it a little bit more later on if we need to. Run on over. I just climbed up the actual main central column here, as you can see, because we want to get back up to the very top part that we were at before to actually finish the puzzle here. So climb on up to the top, grapple hook it into place where it's got all the leaves around it. You can grapple hook it and do a force current. If you don't have that skill in the skill tree, just unlock it. It's pretty much worth it for the puzzles in the game anyway. And now you can see both of the laser lights are on now. So what we actually want to do for this one here is grapple the back side of it, and this will allow us to control it and move it around. And then we can use the D-pad to move it, and what we want to do is move it over all the way over to this one here, just above the opposite side. And this will ricochet, line it up, turn the camera until it's on the same one that the original laser is lighting up. Because now we need to run back over to this side. And this is part of the puzzle, is basically figuring out that this one's actually not meant to be lighting up the one that it's already on. So connect it with the grapple hook, and then just move it up to this other reflector here. And with a little bit of an angle change, it should reflect all the way, there you go, all the way to the other light. And when both are lit up, it basically activates a turbine in that little cubby hole, and that's where we're going next. So the trick here was just connect the thing and then swap the lasers around, basically. Not too hard when you know what to do. So just fly across, jump up, and then go in the little cubby hole where a turbine will have activated. And we're just going to basically glide up to the top. And we're nearly done with this island now. That was the main puzzle with this island, so not too bad. So fly all the way up to the top. Make sure to turn around. And before you jump up to the next bit, connect the wire here on the floor. You see there's a missing part of the wire here. You need to hold this part and then connect it. This is basically the last puzzle for this area. And once that's connected, you can now just jump up and press the button. You see the button is up. We can do a little jumping aerial force punch. That'll activate it, and then we can run forwards to the altar and get our Biscore reward. And you've basically cleared this second island now, so 2 more to go. Not too bad. So run on over, grab it, and then all we need to do now is just turn around, completely around, run back to where we just came from. And you can see it's now lit up blue on the archway that leads to the next Abyss Island in this sort of chain, this cluster. And as before, we're just going to use our grapple hook to turn the little pillar here that comes up until it starts glowing, and that will give us a load of platforms to basically parkour to get to the next place. Alright, with that activated, we can now start making our way over to the next Abyss Sky Island. You can just run across this one, and I've started to get a little impatient with some of my parkouring coming up, so You can always just jump and glide across. It's a bit more risky that way, obviously. So do what works for you. But as is my reoccurring theme on these Skylands, falling off is just not worth it. But if you're confident in your aerial mobility, then by all means go for some gliding and just skip some of these paths, because those elevators are really slow and do take a while. But I sped it up there to help you get through the video a bit quicker. Then just walk on these platforms, and they will basically boost you across to the next area. These are really cool. This reminds me of the Mass Effect gates in Mass Effect, where you like jump between the different systems. Although they're not quite as light speed and crazy in that game, but I don't think I've seen anything else in the game like this, where you're on a platform that's going through rings and boosting you to the next area. So pretty cool. There's just constant stuff surprising me in this game. Now, when you get across to the next area, there's going to be another one of these platforms. Just run on over to it, and it's basically a moving lift, and this will take you over closer to the next island. There's a lot of lifts on this journey, and they do take some time. I've spent them up a bit here, but just enjoy the scenery that you are doing. There's not really much you can do about it. As you can see here, we have to wait for another one of these lifts. They do take a little while, so when they come over, again, I recommend doing the precision jump to land on these, because you just have to do all of that travel to get here. If you fall off and start again for the last fast travel point, that's just going to be annoying. So grab the lift and take it over to the next this island, and this will be the next and the final puzzle before the final island that unlocks it. So this is 2 more islands to go, and this one is the one that basically requires the charged, the special slow motion of the bow that we mentioned at the start of the video. So now is when we're basically going to need to start deploying that when we get to the puzzle just up ahead. So jump on over. Pretty simple platforming to get across this one. And then you'll see there will be a fast travel point. So make sure to activate the fast travel point just in case you end up falling off somehow or you need to come back in for some reason. The Skylands are good for traversal as well. But now we're at the Vault of Vengeance Abyss Island. So let's get into it. This again is going to be the slow motion shot, the focus mode of the bow, which we mentioned at the start of the video, the skill point needed. Run over to the left hand side and you'll see this really obvious blue glowing cube. Grab that and bring it over to the main entrance in the middle here. You can see there's statues on the left and the right that have a square on them and a cube on them. These will basically unlock this hidden barricade that's here when you put these cubes on it. So when it's on like that and it's glowing, that means it's slotted in place, and you can see the other blue cube is right here outside. Super easy. So this first part, mega easy. The next parts are a bit more complex, but not too bad to do as usual. So run on inside, and then you'll see 2 glowing buttons on the wall, and this is the first part of what we're going to have to use our focus shot. So use the focus shot, press R1 on each button, and then release, and you'll hit them at the same time, which will basically remove this lock on the wall. When that is then removed, you just need to walk up to the actual wall and use your nature's grasp on it to lift it up. So hit that triangle circle, stand X to speed it up, and then it will lock above you, and then just run on inside, and you'll see a crazy golden room with a bunch of lasers. But notice the 4 buttons on the wall, just as before, you shot in R1 on each one of those targets, and then release the shooter basically at the same time, which is what is needed to do that puzzle. If you shoot them slowly individually, it doesn't work, so you have to charge the shot there. Instead of the room, you can then take the golden sword, the very favorite sword in the game, actually, just with how cool it is and how it looks. You can definitely use this into the end game. So now that you've got that, you get to the platform, lower down, a little later, and you'll go into some 3D animation and possible style laser. And there's 2 ways you can do this. You can do this a fancy way and try and dodge the lasers, or you can just do it the weird way like I am, and just stand there and dodge the lasers at the end, and then you eat them pieces of food so you don't die. That's literally what it takes. I just stand circle and crush at the end, but you do it your way, whatever you like. Like the little chip here on the wall, slot it in place with the force current, and it's like make the teleporter right here that I'm stood on. You might have to walk off of it and back off to activate it. This is always worth this down on too early. There's a bit at the top of the island as well, and then this one right here, this battery is basically exactly where it needs to be. It just needed another force current in place, which will then activate the button here. And then you can either use a force current on the button, just like I am, or you can climb up to the wall and touch it. The force current is just so much more convenient, so I like that. After the button's pressed, you can then just jump your way up, and you can see the altar is just ahead of us here. We'll get the cutscene, and do make sure to go grab your Abyss artifact as well. Obviously, there's 4 Abyss items in here, so you should get, you're going to get 3 skill points. So the first one was about the story, and I think that one of the bad guys steals the Abyss stuff that ups it back from you. And so you did all the hard work in the item. But arch here, we get another pillar. This will then lead us to the final of this island to run on lightning power. Just turn this into it glows just like that, and the platform will come up and finish. You guys should by now. But hey, I'm doing it to start with, so it's this and this something. So we'll come back and find it. This will give us a load of platforms that we then need to run across to get to the next area. And like I said before, I'm starting to get a bit impatient, so I'm just going to triple force jump and glide over rather than running across the platforms. And this is a particularly good technique for this part here. Obviously, if you watch out, you're going to drop down. That is the risk, as mentioned, but I'm able to all the way.
This settlement check completely changed my life. And it came from a car accident.
There's no one better than me when it comes to... I'll see the...
As I recorded this, I never imagined something this big could come from an accident that felt so small at the time. If you've been in any kind of vehicle accident in the past 2 years, even if you think it was minor, even if you were just a passenger, you might be entitled to far more than this. Here's my story. I was stopped at a red light when, bam, a distracted driver slammed into me from behind. My neck felt a little stiff, but the car seemed okay.
So you could wait for them to line back up or just do another triple jump and glide across the teleporter there. Totally up to you what you want to do. I'm starting to get a bit more confident at this point, so I'm going to do it the quick way, but it can be worth making the slow breathing on something that you have no stamina or, controls are being a bit harder for you. But this will then take you over to the next of its island. This is the island to unlock the actual lightning power. So here we are at the courtyard of precision, and this one's actually not too bad. It's just a bit finicky, a couple bits at the very end. There isn't any crazy puzzles here, it just comes down to a bit of aiming skill, you could say. Again, I'm just going to jump and glide across these moving platforms because it's just a waste of time otherwise. Perhaps the faster point here, though, because this island's actually really good for jumping off and getting to areas in the world where you haven't already been to. So, one of the fabulous points of the islands anyway. You can use the focus mode to regain your spirit, because you will be using a lot of spirit there as you are basically doing the focus shot. So you can see there's a load of these floating different platforms. They shoot lightning and sometimes they'll hit you and knock you over. But the yellow ones have to do that focus shot and hit them simultaneously. So when you do that, you see this little blue thing will light up. This will do this all around the edges in order to activate the turbine in the middle. So run around clockwise to that side.
Everyone's well looked after.
You can see they'll be see the lightning strike there. Sometimes it can hit you if you're unlucky. This one only has 3, unlike the last one had 2. So just come up each one and shoot at the same time by releasing. Again, that's why you get that focus shot skill. It's basically required for models here in this area. You simply have to do it now, and it works extremely hard. I actually but now we're going to run around to where the button is here.
Looking for someone with...
These ones are all super easiest. The next ones that are a bit harder. Even there, sometimes you can mess it up. You basically want to have them on your screen. It makes it a bit easier if they don't go off screen, just to keep track of them. But like I say, it might be seen a couple times. And you've got so when all of those ones are done, those 3 corner ones, you can then glide into the middle, and there'll be a massive alignment which is really high in the air. Now notice there's sets of rings that have 3 of these yellow buttons that you need to shoot. And the best way to do it is when you're falling down from above them. If you're doing it on the way up, you generally will miss half of them or they'll be out of range. So you want to be above them like this, and it should be pretty easy to mark, just like that. And all of them mark, you can see the button lights up. Again, if you run out of spirit midway, you mess up too many times, just land, do your focus mode, regain it, and try again. It might take 3 or 4 tries to get it. So the button is, we've done it with every 4 punch activated, and the actual killer down here will then light up the whole cutscene that you'll get this for, and it's still fine. So now you've actually unlocked the lightning thunder, so you can now do the lightning skill, and you can also apply your turning slash to unlock that in the skill tree, which I highly recommend doing. The lightning is pretty nice too. Let's move on to the frost element magic next. We're going to go north of Hanan and then over to the west of Aiden. So just over here, there is the inspired start point for Venus access to the abyss islands above it. But we can then unlock frost and after that fire. They're both linked together, so you have to unlock frost first and then to unlock the fire. So you can follow along on the map there to get to this location. And on the way up, as you get closer, you will obviously see it. The big spire is a pretty standout thing in the map. It's pretty easy to spot. And if you smart correctly well, I did, and you don't have the region, the before uncovered, you can see it's just here on the map. It's pretty easy to find. You will have to fight this Kriska's Ancient as a boss that's in here, but first there's a bit of a puzzle that you have to do. So make your way to the tower, find what's up inside. As you can see, I have just followed these stairways going all the way up. There'll be a little side route coming up, just ignore the side routes, and you want to follow the main stairs all the way until you get to this route here with these sort of big structure in the middle and there's wooden planks everywhere. You need to get to the very top of the tower. This is the first requirement to do all of this. And before we can actually get to the sky above, you have to get to the top of this tower and kill the boss. Once we get to the top, I'm going down to crashing to the bottom. You'll see soon. So there's a little bit of a trick here. You'll see a few of these different platforms that are tied to the walls, and you can just shoot the little bow to drop them. So shoot that, move forwards, and then you'll jump up here to a wooden platform by the first window, which then jump and glide across the upper floor just across there. So just keep on making your way up, cross-reference how I'm going up and you get stuck. It's relatively straightforward to the top. There's a jumps and if you shoot with your bow and arrow, you see make your way up just like I did, follow along, and then we're going to go around the edge here, follow the sort of pathway with the planks that lead up to the very top. So just walk your way around, and there'll be a little shadow there, style thing in the middle here, so jump on that platform, don't worry, you'll be safe on there. And straight opposite when we jump on, you can see we need to shoot with our bow and arrow another platform to bring it down, so we can then just jump across. Remember, you can hold L1 and press square to target the jump. You might think it is the code, but the code is a lot faster to just do like this than it is to pull down accidentally and have to repeat the whole thing. So you do it your way, but targeted jump is actually pretty useful. See, there's another platform to knock down there as we're climbing our way up. So keep on and making our way higher and higher. Generally, if you see a ladder like this one, you're going the right way. So if you're going up, look out for the ladder, shoot down those platforms, follow the video to get stuck in any section. Hopefully this will be super clear for you guys to follow along to, so you don't have any trouble. So there's a lot of puzzle things ahead coming up, so make sure you grab those requirements to it earlier on, and just make the life easier going forwards. You see, when we're on this section then, I'm just going to jump across to where the window is. We actually want to move around the ladder that's just on the left, so you can see I'm going to walk along to this plank, but we don't actually want to go over to this window, you just want to turn around to that ladder that's over there behind us. So run over to that ladder, climb up, we're almost at the top now, not too much further to go. This is pretty much the easiest bit of the whole experience, so if you're finding this hard, get ready, because the puzzles will get a little wild later on. And we do of course have that boss fight, which I'll try and give you guys instant tidbits to help you out. It can be a bit tougher to fight, but hopefully if you've got enough arrows and poison arrows and stuff like that, you'll be fine. I mean, I managed to cheese it relatively early on in the game here. I think I'm in chapter 4 or 5 of the save, so you will need to be chapter 4 or 5 because you will need access to the Google bot and stuff like that. So don't do this right at the start of the game. Do this around chapter the end line want to make. So it might take a few tries. Jump, glide, and catch the edge. It's a tricky input because the glide sometimes can be late when you press square. So it might be a few goes. And don't be mad if it takes a few goes. It will be a few goes. Or if you get the first try, tell me in the comments. So it's just a jump you can go on there. You can see as you climb up and you go around there, we use some more of these thin little planks to walk across. If you get stuck on a plank, just jump, just like I did there, and continue your way up. And you can see right here, we're just going to jump up once again. There's another really short plank and a really cool ladder, so we're just going to take that again all the way to the top.
If attention never once, kitchens weren't chaotic, spatulas didn't swap, knives never double dip,
Got a job?
treats never touched,
Talk to me whenever you need to.
accidents would never happen. Until then, there's a winner. The first FDA-approved biologic injection, proven to significantly reduce severe food allergy reactions, including anaphylaxis.
Don't use if you are allergic to Xolair. Xolair may cause a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction called anaphylaxis. Tell your doctor if you've ever had anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have trouble breathing or if you have swelling of your throat or tongue. Xolair
Now Now's not the time to sleep.
And allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Celery is rotated to reduce allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, while avoiding food allergens. Serious side effects such as cancer, fever, muscle aches and rash, parasitic infection, or heart and circulation problems have been reported.
Talk to an allergist about Xolair today. Alright, so now that we're at the top, what we actually want to do here is look up and release the bell so it crashes down and through the path to the bottom of the tower. So you see the plank, the bell is held up by those planks just rock along to it, and it will instantly break it down. It will go tumbling down, and it will make a massive chasm going all the way down the bell tower. Now this is probably the first part of it, because you're going to need to go down there. So climb all the way up, well now you're going to need to jump all the way down. So jump off the edge, carefully to hit anything on the way down. Maybe glide if you know you're worried.
Yesterday's weather put me in the mood to mix a new colour. So, I made a violet dye. But I hope you don't mind me saying, your outfit would look so much better with some slight changes.
Try your best here. My recommendation is when the boss is on the ground like this, go with your sword and spam your slashes, spam your turning slashes, try and get as much damage as you can. It's 90% of the time the boss will fly up high like this. So what I did is I whipped out my bow, I went through my arrows, and I started using poison arrows for a bit of extra damage. You will do this big spam attack, and sometimes that will one shot. You might bring some power buffaloes as well. Look out for this big spear attack, you'll throw it, dodge out the way, it will explode, and it looks amazing. But just know you have to dodge out the way. I choose with my bow here, as you can see, just finished him off with my bow. So bring a bow, bring a poison arrows, as I said, and you will get a bunch of goodies after he's defeated, blessing you with a Mortal H's necklace and a nice Abyss score.
Did you have a sudden next time you visit? We shall explore beauty in greater depth.
Actually an Abyss portal, and this will take you up to the first Sky Island, which is one of 3 to get across.
Say the word, and I'll work magic on your gun.
You'll teleport to the top, and up here you will have the rest of this island. So run forwards, and what you're going to want to do here is basically glide your way, going left higher and higher. So just follow along with me. I've sped it up a bit just to not waste your guys' time, but go on these sort of wind tunnels, shoot yourself up, glide across to the left. You can see land if you need to, and then shoot yourself up again. The platform in the middle rotates around, so you're going to go all the way to this highest left point, and then here you can literally just wait and hold until the actual tower rotates the entrance towards you. When you see the entrance, you can just glide on over and go inside. As you can see, the entrance is coming around. I'm going to glide over and just climb up that little bit of that height that I lost there. Now in the middle here, we basically have the first part of the puzzle. This part's really easy. It's going to get a bit harder as you go, but I've got all the solutions for you, so it should be easy for you guys. So grapple onto where the light is shining at the top, this sort of button, and this will allow you to turn the cage. So when you're here, what you want to do is just turn the cage to bring the opening to line up with below the button there. So spin it all the way around, as you can see, line the 2 doors up here, and then we can go inside and we can actually jump on that wind thing there as well, which is called wind turbine. So let's jump on that, glide up, and it'll take you to a little chamber just above. Alright, in this chamber, you actually want to land on this platform down below us, and there'll be a specific wall that you can lift up. So look around the platform, land anywhere down here, and you can see the little wall with the hole that's just on the opposite side of me. Run up to it and lift it up. So let's just run up to it and do the thing that says brass, and lift that wall up. Alright, that will then lock it in place. You need to wait until the magic ends and it will lower down just a little bit, and as it lowers down, it will reveal a button in the hole in the middle, and what you can actually do is grab that with your axiom grapple, and then this will rotate the whole room with this tab, and you want to rotate left until you see the opening, just line the opening up like that, and release, so now you can run outside of this room. Easy puzzle with you to do that. Now there's going to be a bunch more of these wind turbines. This whole building above you is rotating still, so you might have to line up the gap above you, but as you come inside, you can see there are wind turbines that lead all the way up to the top, and we want to get to the top. However, there is a object that you need to grab it before you actually go into this room at the top. So this is the top room that you're aiming for. If you just went straight to the top like me, if you look down, wait for the rotation, or just jump off and glide around until you see a floating electrical block, and that block is what we want to pick up. So you can either just grab this and try and finesse your way to the top, or just see that the triangle once you grab it in your Voodoo pod. You get the Voodoo pod, I believe, in chapter 4, so you should have that by the point in the story that you're here. You can get that pretty early on. Again, don't come here until after chapter 4, 5, 6 anyway, just because the difficulty of the
So it was you!
but then go in your pod and then drop one of these power
You were the
balls.
one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
Grab it before actually grab the work out. Like,
I'll shatter you into pieces!
now, when that's activated, the fan will hit other.
Just who do you think you are?
Just jump your way up with the jump. When you are
Storm in it! And causing trouble! Speak before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death? You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in! Causing trouble! Speak before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death?
I was fucking them up. I didn't even realize it. I gotta find Showstopper.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
Rather than rush it as it's a jump. Trust me, it's not worth it if you mess up and have to repeat entire sections. Because the fast travel points aren't always super convenient. So jump all the way across until you get to this platform here. Now there might be a way to do this a bit easy because it looks like there is a turbine on it, but I found the best way is just to bring some stamina.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
Triple jump yourself in the air, like, yeah.
I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
Oh god. Alright. Okay.
After you've done that and you've gone across, we're going to be in our second sky, the Frostbitten Paradise. So,
Fuck, man.
you'll see there's going to be a load of lasers doing this puzzle. So, the teacher can grab the fast travel point here as well. Don't skip that in case you accidentally fall to the island. So, what you want to do is run forwards, pick up these lasers. You can't grab these little grapple hooks, you have to manually pick these ones up. So you're going to have to get used to this. You can press L1 and try and drop it and try and slide it.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
Shit.
Way like this, you might have to aim a little bit more to the left, or just press triangle to drop it. Don't press L1 and it will go directly in the sort of direction that your character is facing. So you might have to experiment with the drop versus the target. But it's obviously easy once you know what to do. So here, just stand on the button over on the left, and this will open up the floor. And then once that's opened up, you just run on inside and jump down into the floor. Let's talk about the difference between a beginner and a pro. A beginner has just the basic thing. What a loser. Watch as the pro players like this guy a new one. Now let's look at a pro player. This guy used the Vortex promo code when he started playing. What a champ! He got Vortex, the legendary flying tank, and some other sweet resources to upgrade his mech. With tons of HP and the protective nanobot field ability, this mech is so hard to kill. When the field is active, it also shields teammates in range and deals extra damage to any enemies in range. Plus, it doubles Vortex's speed. That's a crazy advantage in the arena. If you group up with a powerful and agile ally, like Killshot, you get an annihilating pro combo that's hard to deal with. Start strong with the Vortex promo code, get a massive starter pack, and dominate the arena.
shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
Now down here you're going to see two things. There'll be a battery and there'll be a laser. So we're going to have to get these two things in place before we can do the rest of the puzzle. So first up, run over and grab this laser here, which is on the right. So pick this one up and move it back to just where we jumped down before. And there'll be a little platform with another crystal to light up. So drop this here and light that crystal up there. Alright, once that is locked in place, next there'll be a battery that we need to place on the wall. So you see the floating battery, you see the gap in the wall, pick that battery up, twist it until you see the leaves. When you see the leaves, that means you punch it in place, just like do it smoothly, just look out for the leaves. Now when those two things are locked in, the platform down here is moving forwards and backwards. Jump on that platform and run into the room on the right hand side. There is a count up on the left side you and you like to go down, so make sure to jump across before you get later. I think if you actually jump in the air, you might make it by gliding, but again, it's not worth falling down and starting all over again, so I advise just making it a little bit slower. Even if it's an annoying moment, rerunning a whole area is a lot more. You see, run across, jump into the laser, and you will be in this end. The first thing to do is pick up the laser. Move this laser over to the conveyor belt. You see I have the power in the little statue there, but you don't want that there just yet. Just drop the actual laser here and try and make it so the laser aims directly forwards. You see I messed it up a bit there, so I'm going to try a different placement. You want it to be aiming directly forwards, roughly like that. Now move the actual thing over here so it powers up the conveyor belt, and this will move the laser that you placed inside this locked room. And you want to light that crystal up. That's why we want to light the laser upstream. We are lighting up this crystal, which will unlock this barricade here. So now we can grab this laser that we placed before. So pick this one up and run back into the room that we just unlocked. So run in this way and then go around the corner and place this to light up one of these massive crystals in front. So place this down and light up that crystal just opposite us. Now that we've done that, we want to remove the power source from that statue, and this will be the conveyor belt. We also bank that for later on, right on tape, which you won't need it here. So you can seal that and use it in another puzzle. But this will bring the conveyor belt back, and will bring the lighting back, so you can pick it up and light up another crystal here. So we have to be really careful here with the placement. Light them both up, to reveal this next room. Now in this next room, there will be a battery, and there will be a light. Move the battery as I am, right next to the barrier here. Right next to that barrier. Now, light the light this with L1, R1, and then hold L1 and light this up. And quickly release those inputs, grab the battery, and push it into the next room. The barricade will come back up, and repeat that blinding light ability again. And this time we're going to go into that little room with the actual battery. So now the barricade's down, we're in the room. Now grab the battery, twist it and turn it, and try and force it through the little hole in the opposite side of the room. We need to get it into this room. So force it through this, force it through that gap there. It might take a couple tries, but when it's in, it's in. Then crouch your way in the room, and you see there's a lit up space for the battery. So jump down just as I did, grab the battery, and lock it in the spotlighted slot there. When you see the leaves, it's ready to punch. The easiest way to punch this one is the jump punch. For some reason, other punches don't go well. Just activate the teleporter in the middle. So run that teleporter and aim up to the top. Now that you've done the puzzle with this Sky Island, it's as simple as pressing the button and grabbing your next skill point reward. So run and jump punch the actual skinny button, and then run up to where the reward will be. Give it a minute, it will play the little cutscene. You'll get your Abyss artifact, your skill point. And now, as you can see, look around. We want to head to the right-hand side, and we want to make our way to the next Sky Island. Now, do note the grey dark platforms here, the ones I've jumped on now, they will actually fall down. So you want to be quick here. So you here, they have down a couple of seconds to stand on them. That would be a big quick. Don't take your time there. Just jump across, don't stand on them, look around, try and run it. They will down and take down with them. So you don't want to have to repeat this whole section. So targeted jumps, just like I did there, are the safest and do this. So jump all the way up. You could also just jump half force and glide across. That's another option. jump into the air, fly over these turbines, they will shoot up high in the sky, and we're just going to have to go straight towards the next pile of air. There's a couple more turbines, and a turbine that's going horizontal, so you need to get some extra height, and then go into the horizontal turbine here, and this will launch us all the way over to the next spot. So we're just going to follow these sort of sequentially through until we get to where we want to go. So let it push you across to actually rebuild your stamina. We're going to hit this wall and grapple onto it, climb up, and use the next turbine.
Well, most do trust their retirement to Wall Street. Theo used his self-directed IRA to invest in a tech startup on Main Street. Private equity investment made locally and in an industry he's passionate about. So happy dividends to you, Theo. Your alternative investment was one smooth move.
Man.
Your IRA invest in local businesses? As new direction
It's so
company,
ridiculous.
the answer
It's
is
satisfying.
yes.
Especially when I know they actually can one-shot me and I'm just... I'm not I cannot... Let's see.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces!
And when you got here, there's almost like a railgun turbine
Just
here.
who do you think you are?
Across the next spot.
Man. After she says that, she does that.
There's 2 more turbines here, and this is another reason why you needed the ice resistance level 5, because it's a pretty long glide from this point, and if you have the ice debuff, you won't make it, even with more stamina than I have, so you need to be wearing level 5 ice resistance, and if you do have it, you can just glide across like this, super easy, no problem. And I did show you where to get that level 5 radio cloak at the start of the video, so
you were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
teleporter. And this thing it is trial.
I'll shatter you into pieces!
So get ready for this one so here we are.
Just who do you think you are?
Take your time. Right across.
Storming in and causing trouble! Before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death?
But it is covered in ice, so we need to grab it, walk our way in and lower it down into this lava pot down there. Put it into the fire and you have to release the grip. Don't just hold on, it won't clear the ice. You have to release the grip and then bam, it turns blue. When it turns blue, the ice is gone, it's now electrical again, and we can grab it and put it back and slot it in. So bring it all the way back, slot it in over here, and do a
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
Alright, now that that is done, so
I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
I really do recommend jump because you're going to get that ice top. It's so cold there. But you should have just enough stamina like I did to make it to the top. And then at the top here, you will also pick up your reward. And then pick up that skill point, you will also unlock the frost ability. So that is now you with the frost ability unlocked. So well done, done it, got the frost. But now if you want the fire, you can see the frost is unlocked here. If you want the fire next though, we are going to move on to the next item. So we started here, went to the second island, Paradise, and
you were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
So turn this until you unlock it. As you know, just turning it flows and get a little cutscene like this. Those are the main things to get to the next side. So it's a pretty straightforward path. Again, a little bit of jumping, a little bit of parkour, and a little bit of waiting for the big platforms. But if we're so high up there, you can actually just do some jumping and just glide. And actually glide to the second part is skip the waiting. Anyone like anything?
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble?
See there's another lantern, the teleporter, so that's warm up at the lantern, so take the teleporter into the next area.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I had him dead. I think I had him almost dead.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
No! Oh shit. I wasn't called me that time. I wasn't moving. I was trying to hit them off. The lock-on system on here really needs to be polished, man. Get that tech and distancing down. Get it just right. Get the footing right. It's good. It's good footing.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
Just
I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble? Before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death?
damn, man. Keep my eyes on that motherfucker, man. I don't know what. This camera. Stay locked on.
basically with a laser. What you want to do is
You have to hold this. It still doesn't though.
do it on the one that has the laser on it first. When you grab it, itself there, so just have controls and hold it down just across the.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
I'm trying to see, holding it lock on is, I can't. It doesn't make the difference. I still have to fix the camera.
So put it as high as you can. I'm going to grab that from above in a sec. So put it all out there as you can see. Now just before jump on, grab with L2, punch with R3, and then spin back around. Now on the head of the top and round back to the chin.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble! Speak before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death?
Ah, too early.
Now both moves are activated, you can actually aim at the one on the left and aim at the right. Just like
It's like you have to dodge back, so that way you're actually with them. I want to stay close. So they always have to consider that they're going to be going past me or staying right in front of me.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble! Speak before I kill you! Or do you wish to freeze to death?
Oh, that was stupid. That was stupid.
Alright, so this teleporter is taking
Why is this so much fun? I need to go level up.
This time they're on the Loop of Life, and this one is real weird, like you don't know what to do. But hey, what you covered when you know what to do, it's easy, but figuring it out was, let's just say, a weird one. So grab the fast travel point, just in case you forgot, it's a bit.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in, causing do you wish to freeze to death?
No. No.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
When that activates it, they will start to turn in counterclockwise, so it's basically a bit more tedious as you go forward, and that's the puzzle. You can see there they have a solid for that, so
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
And then grab this one you just left there. We're going to put it up as high as that doorway just across from us over there. You can just take it up there. So put it over there as high as you can so that you can grab it from that platform. Pretty much anywhere up there will do. You can actually reach it pretty far. So it's all right. So we're stuck.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are?
Okay. Alright.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble? Speak before I kill you!
Man.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs! I'll shatter you into pieces! Just who do you think you are? Storming in and causing trouble? Speak before I kill you! Or do you you wish to freeze to death?
Damn, man. Damn. I feel like I can fuck him up. This doesn't get old.
You were the one who dared to meddle in our affairs!
I can't choose give up. I can't do it. Come on, dude. Come on. Just, you can. Doesn't mean nothing to step away and come back stronger. It don't. It's okay. It's alright. Okay, just step away. You don't have to do this again. There's nothing to prove right now. There's nothing. Walk away. It's alright. We're gonna be alright.
Come on, weakling! Put up a fight! I'll cut you down to size. I want to kill something. You're the one getting hurt today. Time to trim the fat. Weakling! Put up a fight!
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code Nemesis to claim the epic Akemta.
How many guys can we invite? 10?
Is it 200? 300? Enough. A lot of people, the bar stops filling up spawning. So from the Nexus, head towards the southwest direction on your minimap to find this group of Antumbra enemies that are nicely lined up at the edge of the cliff. Move to either side, and once you're close, use Frost Mantle. The enemies around you will become frozen, then they will shatter right after. And because of Shattering Frost, more enemies will get hit by Frozen Mantle. You do not have to worry about the spirit cost because you get it back right after killing them. After they're all gone, simply teleport to the Nexus to spawn a new batch of enemies. It's that simple. But why can't we just kick them off the cliff? Because they will come back up, alive and well, and you won't teleport to the Nexus to spawn a new batch of enemies. It's that simple. But why can't we just kick them off the cliff? Because they will come back up, alive and well, and you won't get XP. So what other people end up doing is that they lure them away from the edge before killing them to avoid accidentally knocking them off the cliff. They go from one side to the other to lure them in. Then they go back to kill them all. Luring them is a waste of time because you can just kill them easily on the spot with Frozen Mantle and Shattering Frost, which makes this farm twice faster because you only do one trip. Usually all three characters have different elemental skills, but for some reason they all have the same Frost Mantle. So that's why you can easily farm this with any character you have. If you haven't seen anyone or Inca before, then you get lots of XP early on. Make sure to combine this with Aptitude of this gears for a total of 100% bonus XP on even faster. As you can see now, I'm getting one of his artifacts every 3 quick runs. As you get more, expect your XP gains to become slower. If you want to farm more, but your clip has maxed out on XP as well, I recommend pushing the main quest to Chapter 9 so that you'll have access to all 3 characters at the same time. And make sure to finish Puka's side quest with Cliff. One last thing you need to know is to never finish the quest for this area. This quest is called Shackled God, and if you complete this quest, these enemies will no longer spawn. This is considered an endgame quest, so if you just barely got out of Hernan, there's a good chance that you haven't finished this quest yet, especially if you have never explored this region out of curiosity. If this video was helpful, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more guides like this in the future. Thanks for watching. Which makes it easy to come back to the farm spot right after respawning. So from the Nexus, head towards the southwest direction on your minimap to find this group of Antumbra enemies that are nicely lined up at the edge of the cliff. Move to either side, and once you're close, use Frost Mantle. The enemies around you will become frozen, then they will shatter right after. And because of Shattering Frost, more enemies will get hit by Frozen Mantle. You do not have to worry about the spirit cost because you get it back right after killing them. After they're all gone, simply teleport to the Nexus to spawn a new batch of enemies. It's that simple. But why can't we just take them off the cliff? They will come back up, alive and well, and you won't get XP. So what other people end up doing is that they steal them away from the edge before killing them to avoid accidentally knocking them off the cliff. They move from one side to the other, move it, then they go back and kill them all. Luring them in most of the time, for them to be on the spot with the open battle at
You're
Shadow
starting weak. To glory! Strike with purpose.
A lot of people have been farming this wrong, but in this video I'll show you, before you start farming, you need to unlock the ice element first to gain access to the frost mantle skill. You can check out my other video on how to use a shortcut to unlock this from the link in the description. You will also need to start farming, you need to unlock the ice element first to gain access to the frost mantle skill. You can check out my other video on how to use a shortcut to unlock this from the link in the description. You will also need the Shattering Frost Abyss gear that you can get
Whiteout survival. Meet a friend in the snow. Wait, you don't know about unclaimed money? This is something everybody should know about. The government may owe you money. And BinVerified.com.
Today I'm going to show you the shortest way to get all the elements in Crimson Desert, where you only do one puzzle to unlock each element. But before I begin, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more guides like this in the future. One of the first things that you will need is a cloud card, specifically the Cloud Cruiser with the blue and yellow stripes. This is the only cloud card that can get you high enough to reach the Abyss Islands. It can go as high as 1,901 meters, which is enough to get you close to the important islands. In order to make the Cloud Cruiser, you need to go to Skull Stone and unlock the research that will allow you to craft this on a dispatch mission. But in order to see that mission, you need to go south of Howling Hills into the farm to unlock the knowledge of this workshop. So once you see this icon on your map, then you will be able to craft cloud cars from dispatch missions. I already crafted my Cloud Cruiser, that's why it's no longer showing up, but you should see it here under Emberland Workshop. Because of the height limit, this alone will not let you reach some of the Abyss Islands that you may need. So you'll need to use Imperial Staff to further go up. You can unlock this by leveling up your staff skill to level 3, and this can only be used with a sword and shield equipped. Also, using this skill will cost you a lot of stamina on each use. So other than leveling up your stamina skill, you can use Honey Feet to recover stamina on each use, or Longhorn Suit that stops stamina consumption for 2 seconds, or more for higher quality. Longhorn Suit is best combined with the Gourmet Atmosphere because each level of Gourmet adds 2 more seconds to the duration. And this skill can go as high as level 5, which means that Gourmet skill at max level will make the stamina consumption drop from the suit last for 12 seconds, which is around 4 or 5 aerial stabs before you take a hit. The Longhorn is easier to farm from views, but to make it easier to hunt them, you only farm these guys. You can usually get one from a chest southeast of Skull Stone. Inside a cave, you will find a basement wall that you can clear from focus or palm. Inside, you will find a ranger cloak with not only gear disguise, but also iron resistance level 5 that will help you on once you're high up in your base. Your next round will be on this Texas to out from this and
I won't save you from
levels of ice resistance is enough to get around the base. The only thing is ice resistance or the ice or the ice. That will max out your ice resistance. The last 2 levels. And that's what we're doing first. Let's get the ice element to the same one island closer to the fire element. The ice island can be found at the northwest corner of the map near the location of the legendary white bear on the ground. So make your way there and make sure to unlock it at this nexus at that location. Before you start, it's a good habit to save your game before you see the cloud card. Now you just need to look for a good spot with a lot of space to summon the cloud and keep trying different areas with less trees and obstacles. Then hop in, then hold the button until the fire private altitude and your dragon. It's great for getting ice element because the island is too far away from places you have probably explored or unlocked already. So for the purpose of this video, I'm only going to use the cloud feature for this island, as I will get all the elements way before the cooldown runs out. But I will still show you guys the map below the island for the other elements, so that you know where to launch your cloud feature if you choose to use this. Once you have reached the limit, you can release control of the cloud feature. Then make sure to have a sword and shield equipped. You can use the one you always have at the start of the game. Then drink your law for it, have this, then jump out of the park and start doing aerial stabs while aim obstacles. And keep an eye on the rate and stamina consumption button. Because of the input delay with the controls, I like to use glide in between so that I don't fall in case the game does not register my aerial stab buttons. Make sure to immediately unlock the Abyss Nexus once you land and save the game in case of anything. Your next goal is to go up the cliff near the Abyss, which can be easily done with aerial stab. And if you have all the armor I told you to get earlier while drinking Longhorn soup, your ice resistance should be at level 15. Otherwise, just stay near the lanterns to keep you warm and prevent the cold from hurting you. The only thing you need to do up here is melt the ice around this chip and attach it to the circuit board. There's a whole puzzle inside this clip that will give you access to lava to melt the ice, but we can skip all of that by shooting the chip with an explosive arrow instead.
Let's talk about the difference between a beginner and a pro. A beginner has just the basic mix. What a loser. Watch as the pro players are tearing this guy a new one. Now let's look at a pro player. This guy used the Vortex promo code when he started playing. What a champ! He got Vortex, the legendary flying tank. And some other sweet resources to upgrade his mech. With tons of HP and the protected nanobot field ability, this mech is so hard to kill. Plus it doubles Vortex's speed. That's a crazy advantage in the arena. Start strong with the Vortex promo code and get a massive starter pack.
Or while you have a normal arrow knob, bring it close to the lantern to add fire to it. Finish the puzzle, and punch the disc to unlock the frost element. Then just make your way all the way up, activate the sky bridge to open the teleporter for the next island, and just fly towards it to get to the island and teleporter. Here is where the puzzle to get the fire elements will be started.
Stand your ground.
There will be one pillar left that has no light, and for this you can simply jump to the top of it and then crouch down.
Oh, your honor won't save you from me. I'm the killer here.
And this will unlock the fire element. Next is lightning. And after you get all three groups on the ground, the fan engine will be turned on and it will allow you to fly up to the rings to hit the other yellow devices. The best place to hit them is right at the end of the ring. It might get tricky sometimes because the engines will turn around very often, but remember hitting one of them multiple times can place the engine as good. And even if you are facing sideways, hold them in the middle and slowly mark and hit. Do this for both rings, then just head back down to the ground and look for the rings to unlock your lightning element. And finally, the grid element you found is select the spot. Use the power user on the board using the eastern port. Then the island you found from the Wanderer's Port. And this from the first list after chapter 5. Also start from the first big island outlined earlier. It's just a little bit harder, which means you'll need more food to keep your stamina up. The Red Island looks like this. You'll know it's the one because it has smaller islands floating on top of it when looking at it from the west side. So start making your way there with aerial stabs. Doing back-to-back aerial stabs is definitely faster, but if you're having trouble with input delay, causing you to lose your rhythm and almost fall, then use glide in between aerial stabs. This is probably the most skill-based puzzle out of all the elements because you need to glide through several rings under a short amount of time. And if you fail to get all the rings in time, the puzzle won't deactivate and you need to start again. It would help to unlock aerial roll to make you fly faster through some parts of the course. And remember, you can use focus while gliding to slow down time and give you a chance to maneuver or find the next ring. So once you're ready, activate the puzzle by hitting this button with axial force, then immediately glide on top of the fan behind it. Once you're on top, look to your left for the next set of rings. You can cancel your glide to lower yourself a bit, and here you can use aerial roll to fly a bit faster. The next one is even lower, so cancel your glide to drop down again, but if you go too low, use aerial stab to regain some altitude, and here you can also use aerial roll. Next, hover over the fan to reach the next set of rings. And the last one is very straightforward. Just hover over the fan and let it push you. Use aerial roll to make it faster, and this should finish the puzzle, allowing you to punch the disc and unlock your wind element. Hope this guide was helpful, and see you guys on the next one. Thanks for watching.
I know it's hard to believe, but you could qualify for extra cash up to $500 in 5 minutes or less. I'm always trying to help my people out, so believe me when I say it really is this simple. Download Dave and see how much extra cash you're eligible for. I qualified for $260 and I was able to instantly transfer it to my Dave checking account. The reason I downloaded Dave was because I really wanted to buy myself some flight tickets. I was able to do that right away. It truly comes in clutch. So next time you're thinking about asking someone to borrow money for rent, gas, groceries, whatever, just download Dave instead. Click below to check it out.
If you've been wondering how to get the Frost and Flame magical elemental powers, then we've got you covered here. They're not part of the main story or anything like that, so you could miss out if you don't know exactly where to go. Also, there's a ton of puzzles, and some of them might be annoying to figure out, so we've got you here. We're going to walk you through everything. Firstly, let's go through the things that you will need to make your life easier. If you head here on the map, I'll show you where you can get a piece of gear that will give you ice resistance. This is going to be really important because there are certain puzzles that will come later on that require you to basically glide over longer distances, and if you have that frost debuff, you won't be able to make it as your stamina will drain too quickly. So right where we showed on the map, you can see there is a hidden kind of wall here, which if you do the focused force palm punch, it can take a couple tries. Generally wait until you see the glowing tint of the orb looking back at you like it, just like it is here. That means you're going to hit it. So inside of this little cave, right where we showed on the map at the start of this section, you can punch this wall down, go inside, and there'll be a chest where you can get the reindeer cloak. Now this cloak has some very high ice resistance on it, which is the only piece of armor I use with ice resistance to bypass that requirement. You can see here, it has level 5, so you need at least level 5 as a minimum to go through these areas in order to do the big glides that require having a certain amount of ice resistance. Next up, I recommend at least a minimum 5 levels in stamina. This is because, as you can see here, we'll get to certain points where you either need to or it makes your life a lot easier to just glide across larger sections. And I have 5 points in stamina, and that was more than enough to make it across some of these different sections in the puzzle. So level up your stamina to at least 5. After that, I recommend bringing a ranged weapon of some kind. Just a bow with some poison arrows will be good because there is a boss fight that's a requirement at the start of all of this. So, I don't know, bring 50, 60 poison arrows, whatever you can. You might have to cheese the boss as he does fly around a lot in the sky. So, we're going to start off by heading from Hernand here, as you can see, all the way north to Paloon. And you want to get to the Spire of Ringing Truth, which is right here on the map. So, you can go the route that I did. You just saw it on the map. I just followed the sort of the main path and did some cut-throughs. You're going to have to make it here in Paloon. This is the start point for both the Frost and the Flame unlocks. You have to do the Frost first, and it then continues on to the Flame. So you have to come here. Now, on the way up, as you get closer, you will obviously see it, the big spire. It's a pretty standout thing in the map. It's pretty easy to spot. And if you just mark roughly where I did, even if you don't have the region, the fog before uncovered, you can see it's just here on the map. It's pretty easy to find. You will, however, have to fight this Priscus Ancient as a boss that's in here, but first there's a bit of a puzzle that you have to do. So make your way to the tower, climb on up inside. As you can see, I am just following the stairway going all the way up. There'll be a little side room coming up, just ignore the side room, just keep on following the main stairs all the way until you get to this room here with the sort of big structure in the middle and the wooden planks everywhere. And we need to get to the very top of the tower. This is the first requirement to do all of this. So before we can actually get to the skylands above, we have to get to the top of this tower and kill the boss once we get to the top by going down, crashing through to the bottom, which you'll see soon. So there's a little bit of a trick here. You'll see a few of these different platforms that are tied to the walls, and you can just shoot them with your bow to drop them. So shoot that, move forwards, and then you'll see you can jump up here to a wooden platform by the first window, which then means you can jump and glide across to the upper floor just across from us here. So just keep on making your way up. You can cross-reference how I'm going up if you do get stuck. It's relatively straightforward to the top. There's a few tricky jumps and a few things you need to shoot with your bow and arrow. You can see, make your way up just like I did, follow along, and then we're going to go around the edge here, following the sort of pathway of wooden planks that lead up to the very top. So just walk your way around, and there'll be a little chandelier style thing in the middle here. So jump on that platform. Don't worry, you'll be safe on there. And straight opposite where we jumped on, you can see we need to shoot with our bow and arrow another platform to bring it down so that we can then just jump across. Remember, you can hold L1 and press square when you're looking to do a targeted jump. You might think it is for noobs only, but let me tell you, it's a lot faster to just do like this than it is to fall down accidentally and have to repeat the whole thing. So you do it your way, but the targeted jump is actually pretty useful. See, there's another platform to knock down here as we're climbing our way up. So keep on making our way higher and higher. Generally, if you see a ladder like this one, if you're going the right way. So just keep on going up, look out for the ladders, and shoot down those platforms. Follow along to the video if you get stuck in any section. Hopefully this will be super clear for you guys to follow along to so you don't have any trouble. So there's a lot of puzzles and things ahead coming up, so make sure you grab those requirements we went over earlier on, as that's just to make your life easier going forwards. You can see when we're on this section here, I'm just going to jump across to where the window is, but we actually want to loop around to the ladder that's just on the left. So you can see I'm going to walk along to this plank, but we don't actually want to go over to this window. You actually want to turn around to that ladder that's over there behind us. So run over to that ladder, climb on up. We're almost at the top now, not too much further to go. This is pretty much the easiest bit of the whole experience, so if you're finding this hard, get ready, because the puzzles are going to get a little wild later on. And we do, of course, have that boss fight coming up, which I'll try and give you guys a few hints and tidbits to help you out. It can be a bit tough, that boss fight, but hopefully if you've got enough arrows and poison arrows and stuff like that, you'll be fine. I mean, I managed to cheese it relatively early on in the game here. I think I'm in chapter 4 or 5 on the save, so You will need to be chapter 4 or 5 because you will need access to the cuckoo pot and stuff like that. So don't do this right at the start of the game. Do this around chapter 4, 5, 6 at a minimum. That's another little standout point there. I'm not sure if you can actually come here earlier than that anyway. But look how gorgeous the map is out here. God, we're so high up in this tower, you can see we're almost at the top. It's nice to just go out and have a look around, but again, we do need to just keep on going up. So again, there's just ladders, just keep on following the ladders, follow along to the video, and head on up as high as we can go.
For a limited time, hosts can earn $500 in travel rewards when you list your 3+ bedroom property on Vrbo. That's $500 you can spend on Vrbo, Expedia, and Hotels.com. You'll also get access to better guests who stay longer and spend more, and unlock powerful tools that put you in control. Start hosting on the platform that rewards you. Visit Vrbo.com/hostbonus to get started.
Alright, so don't be too afraid of these little tiny platforms. You can just walk along them pretty easily. But there is a jump here, and this jump is a pretty annoying one to make, so it might take a few tries. Jump, glide, and then you can catch the edge. It's a tricky input, because the glide sometimes is a bit delayed when you press square, so it might take a few goes there. Don't be mad if it takes a few goes, it took me a few goes. Or if you get the first try, tell me in the comments, you're just a jumping god. You can see as you climb up and you go around there, we some more of these thin little planks to walk across. If you get stuck on a plank, just jump, just like I did there. Continue your way up, and you can see right here, we're just going to jump up once again. There's another really short plank and a really cool ladder, so we're just going to take that to get all the way to the top. Alright, so now that we're at the top, what we actually want to do here is look up and release the bell so it crashes down and frees the path to the bottom of the tower. So you see the plank, the bell is held up by those planks, just grapple onto it and it will instantly break it down. It will go tumbling down and it will make a massive chasm going all the way down the bell tower. Now this is probably the first fun bit, because you're going to need to go down there. So you climb all the way up. Well, now you're going to just jump all the way down. So jump off the edge. Be careful not to hit anything on the way down. Maybe glide if you know you're worried you're going to hit something. Try and land at the bottom safely. And all the way at the bottom is a little boss arena. This is where we're going to be fighting that ancient boss. And he is basically a mage that will fly around 90% of the time, which you'll see soon. As you go towards the teleport path there, the boss will actually spawn. And now is your time to lock in and do this boss fight. This is a requirement before you can go up. So try your best here. My recommendation is when the boss is on the ground like this, go in with your sword, spam your forward slashes, spam your turning slashes, try and get as much damage in as you can, because 90% of the time the boss will fly up high like this. So what I did is I whipped out my bow, I went through my arrows, and I started using poison arrows for a bit of extra damage. He will do this big spam attack at you. Sometimes that will just one-shot you. You might need to bring some Palmar pills as well. Look out for this big spear attack. He'll throw it, dodge out the way, because it will explode, and it looks amazing. But just know you have to dodge out the way. I cheesed it with my bow here, as you can see. Just finishing them off with my bow. So bring a bow, bring a load of poison arrows, as I said. And you will get a bunch of goodies after he's defeated. Blessing of Immortal, Ancient's Necklace, and a nice Abyss core. And an Abyss material there as well for a skill point. So now that you've done him, you can run up to the teleporter, which is actually an Abyss portal, and this will take you up to the first Sky Island, which is one of 3 to get Frost, and then 3 more to get Flame. So go on inside there, you'll teleport to the top, and up here you will have the Ether Rest Abyss Island. So run forwards, and what you're going to want to do here is basically glide your way, going left higher and higher. So just follow along with me. I've sped it up a bit just to not waste your guys' time, but go on these sort of wind tunnels, shoot yourself up, glide across to the left. You can see land if you need to, and then shoot yourself up again. The platform in the middle rotates around, so you go all the way to this highest left point, and then here you can literally just wait and hold until the actual tower rotates the entrance towards you. When you see the entrance, you can just glide on over and go inside. So you can see The entrance is coming around. I'm going to glide over and just climb up that little bit with that height that I lost there. Now in the middle here, we basically have the first part of the puzzle. This part's really easy. It's going to get a bit harder as we go, but I've got all the solutions for you, so it should be easy for you guys. So grapple onto where the light is shining at the top, this sort of button, and this will allow you to turn the cage. So when you're here, what you want to do is just turn the cage to bring the opening to line up with below the button there. So spin it all the way around, as you can see, line the two doors up here, and then we can go inside and we can actually jump on that wind thing there. It's got what you call wind turbines. Let's jump on that, glide up, and it'll take you to a little chamber just above. Alright, in this chamber, you actually want to land on this platform down below us, and there'll be a specific wall that you can lift up. So look around the platform, land anywhere down here, and you can see the little wall with the hole that's just on the opposite side to me. Run up to it and lift it up. So let's just run up to it and do the nature's grasp, I think it's called. Lift that wall up. Alright, that will then lock it in place. You need to wait until the magic ends and it will lower down just a little bit. And as it lowers down, it will reveal a button in the hole in the middle. And what you can actually do is grab that with your axiom grapple. And then this will rotate the whole room with the D-pad. And you want to rotate left until you see the opening. Just line the opening up like that and release. So now you can run outside of this room. A pretty easy puzzle when you know what to do there. Now there's going to be a bunch more of these wind turbines. This whole building above you is rotating still, so you might have to line up the gap above you. But as you come inside, you can see there are wind turbines that lead all the way up to the top, and we want to get to the top. However, there is a object that you need to grab and seal in your cuckoo pot before you actually go into this room at the top. So this is the top room that you're aiming for. If you just went straight to the top like me, look down, wait for the rotation, or just jump off and glide around until you see a floating electrical block, and that block is what we want to pick up. So you can either just grab this and try and finesse your way to the top, or just seal it with triangle once you grab it in your cuckoo pot. You get the cuckoo pot, I believe, in chapter 4, so you should have that by the point in the story that you're here. You do get that pretty early on. Again, don't come here until after chapter 4, 5, 6 anyway, just because of the difficulty of the area, the bosses and stuff. But then go in your pot and then drop one of these power cores. It will electrocute you a little bit if the damage isn't too bad. Grab it with your axiom grapple hook and move it onto the light, unactivated power little statue there. Now, when that's activated, that fan will activate above us, which is really good. And what you can do to get up is just run along the actual wires. So follow these wires all the way up. You could just jump all the way up with the jump punches if you want to, but the wires are pretty safe. You won't fall back down. When you're up here, what you want to do is jump yourself into the air, do some force punches, and then glide. And the fan that you just turned on will launch you over here to complete your first Abyss Sky Island. So grab onto that. You can either like climb onto it and hold on and punch, or do it with the actual grapple. I like doing it with the grapple. It's just a bit easier. But run on up and claim your prize from the very first Sky Island here. So you're going to get a few skill points as you go through here, as well as the magic. So it's very much worth it. And when you know what to do, it's not too bad. So run around the back and jump across this gap. Use the targeted jump. It's just going to be safer and easier. And then we're going to run through that little portal and then turn this. Just keep turning it until it glows. When it glows, it will reveal the pathway to the next area. And this is where things are going to get a little spicier, where you are going to need those 5 points in stamina. So run along these platforms. Again, if you fall down, you're going to have to go to the last fast travel point. So it's better to take your time rather than rush it and miss a jump. Trust me, it's not worth it if you mess up and have to repeat entire sections, because the fast travel points aren't always super convenient. So jump all the way across until you get to this platform here. Now, there might be a way to do this a bit easier, because it looks like there is a turbine on it, but I found the best way was just ready some stamina food if you have it. I don't need it at 5 stamina, so you should be okay. Triple jump yourself in the air and glide across the gap. As you can see, because we have the reindeer cloak on, we're not cold, so our stamina is normal, and that is enough stamina to glide all the way across and climb all the way up without using food. Using food here would be another choice if you don't have 5 points in stamina, so bring stamina food if you don't want to invest in your stamina. But I do recommend putting points in stamina anyway. It makes the whole game just more enjoyable with more stamina. After you've done that and you've gone across, we're going to be in our second Sky Island, the Frostbitten Paradise. So here, just follow the path along and you'll see there's going to be a load of lasers to do with this puzzle. So I'm going to teach you everything. Grab the fast travel point here as well. Don't skip that in case you accidentally fall off the island. So what you want to do is run forwards, pick up these lasers. You can't grab these with your grapple hook. You have to manually pick these ones up. so you're going to have to get used to this. You can press L1 and triangle to drop it and try and line it up to the laser to actually light these different crystals up. If it goes the wrong way like this, you might have to aim a little bit more to the left, or just press triangle to drop it. Don't press L1 and it will go directly in the sort of direction that your character's facing. So you might have to experiment with the drop versus the targeted placement because they're a bit finicky, but it's obviously easy once you know what to do. So here, just stand on the actual button over on the left, and this will open up the floor. And then once that's opened up, just run on inside and jump down into the floor. Now down here, you're going to see two things. There'll be a battery and there'll be a laser. So we're going to have to get these two things in place before we can do the rest of the puzzle. So first up, run over and grab this laser here, which is on the light. So pick this one up and move it back to just where we jumped down before. And there'll be a little platform with another crystal to light up. So drop this here and light that crystal up there. All right, once that is locked in place, next there'll be a battery that we need to place on the wall. So you see the floating battery, you see the gap in the wall, pick that battery up, twist it until you see the leaves. When you see the leaves, that means you can punch it in place, just like that. You can do it smoothly, just look out for the leaves. Now, when those two things are locked in, the platform down here will be moving forwards and backwards, and we want to jump on that platform and run into the room on the right-hand side. There is a laser pointing out that will electrify you and you might fall down, so just make sure to jump across before you hit the laser. I think if you actually jump in the air, glide, you can make it by gliding, but again, it's not worth falling down and starting all over again, so I advise just taking it a little bit slower. Even if it's annoying in the moment, rerunning a whole area is a lot more wasted time. So you see, just run across, jump for the laser, and it will be in this room here. The first thing to do is pick up the laser. Move this laser over to the conveyor belt. You see I have the power in the little statue there, but you don't want that there just yet. Just drop the actual laser here and try and make it so the laser aims directly forwards. You see I messed it up a bit there, so I'm going to try a different placement. You want it to be aiming directly forwards, roughly like that. Now move the actual thing over here so it powers up the conveyor belt, and this will move the laser that you placed inside this locked room. And you want to light that crystal up on the wall. That's why we wanted to line the laser upstroke, because we are lighting up this crystal, which will unlock this barricade here. So now we can grab this laser that we placed before. So pick this one up and run back into the room that we just unlocked. So run in this way and then go around the corner and place this to light up one of these massive crystals in front. So place this down and light up that crystal just opposite us. Now that we've done that, we want to remove the power source from that statue, and this will cool the conveyor belt. You can also bank that for later on. Why not take it with you? You won't need it here anymore. So you can seal that and use it in another puzzle. But this will bring the conveyor belt back, and will bring the lightning cube back, so you can pick it up and light up the other crystal here now. So we have to be really careful here with the placement. Light them both up, and this will reveal this next room. Now in this next room, there will be a battery, and there will be a light crystal. Move the battery, as I am, right next to the barrier here, which is blocked. So move it right next to that barrier. Now do your blinding light ability with L1, R1, and then hold L1 and light the crystal up. And quickly release those inputs, grab the battery, and push it into the next room. So the barricade will come back up, and we repeat that blinding light ability again. And this time we're going to go into that little room with the actual battery. So now the barricade's down, we're in the room. Now grab the battery, twist it and turn it, and try and force it through the little hole in the opposite side of the wall. We need to get it into this room. So force it through that gap there. It might take a couple tries, but when it's in, it's in. Then crouch your way in the room, and you see there's a lit up space in the battery. So jump down just as I did, grab the battery, and plonk it in the spotlighted slot there. When you see the leaves, it's ready to punch. The easiest way to punch this one is with a jump punch. For some reason, other punches don't always work. This will activate the teleporter in the middle. So run on that teleporter and it will take you up to the top. And now that you've done all the puzzle of this Sky Island, it's as simple as pressing the button and grabbing your next skill point reward. So run and jump punch the actual spinny button and then run up to where the reward will be. Give it a minute, it'll play the little cutscene. You'll get your Abyss artifact, your skill point. And now, as you can see, look around and we want to head to the right-hand side and we want to make our way to the next Sky Island. Now, do note the grey dark platforms here, the ones I'm jumping on now, they will actually fall down. So you want to be quick here. So you can see here, they actually do fall down. You have a couple of seconds when you stand on them. You have to be a bit quick. Don't take your time here. Just jump across, jump across, don't stand on them and look around, try and plan it, because they will come down and take you down with them. So you don't want to have to repeat this whole section. So targeted jumps, just like I did here, are the safest bet to do this. So jump all the way up. You could also just jump palm force and glide across. That's another option too. So run through the actual little portal here and activate the next thing. Just turn it right until it glows, and this will activate all of the wind turbines that are around us. So wait for them to turn on, do a little jump into the air, glide over to these turbines. They will shoot you up high into the sky. And we're just going to have to go straight forward to the next platform here. There's a couple more turbines and a turbine that's going horizontal. So use these to get some extra height, and then go into the horizontal turbine here, and this will launch us all the way over to the next spot. So we're just going to follow these sort of sequentially through until we get to where we want to go. So let it push you across. This will actually use stamina. We're going to hit this wall and grapple onto it, climb up, and use the next turbines. And when you go up here, you'll see there's almost like a railgun looking turbine here. So you can use this to boost across to the next spot. This should boost you across no problem, and then there's two more turbines here. And this is another reason why you did the ice resistance level 5, because it's a pretty long glide from this point, and if you have the ice debuff, you won't make it, even with more stamina than I have. So you need to be wearing level 5 ice resistance, and if you do have it, you can just glide across like this, super easy, no problem. And I did show you where to get that level 5 reindeer cloak at the start of the video, so you should be good here. And then once you've made it, stand on the teleporter, and this will take us to the next and most important item from Frost. It is the Trial, and this is where we're going to actually unlock Frost magic. So get ready, because this one's a little weird to do, but it's not too bad when you know what we're doing. So here we are from the next path of Trials. Now you could just run across these, take your time, or you could just triple boost and glide across. I like to just choose these ones. Why waste time when it's safer to just glide across? So grab the fast travel point here in case something goes wrong when you fall off or something like that, and you just fast travel back to the start. But hopefully you'll one-shot it as you're following on to the video. So triple jump up and go to the torch in the middle. You'll notice in this area, by looking up on the left, you have extreme cold. This will slowly kill you, drain your stamina more, and stop you doing certain abilities. You have to balance your torches in order to warm up, basically. If you stay in the extreme cold state, it will not just kill you, but like I said, it will block off certain abilities and you won't be able to do certain parkour. So jump across to the next torch and light it up. Let yourselves breathe a little bit. And what you're looking for is just over to the east, you'll see there's a platform up above. So jump, triple punch high, and glide across, and then just climb up all the rest of the way. You should have enough to make that. There's a torch right at the top which will start you back up. There's a little opening here in the cliff now, and what you want to do is go inside and go left. So head up inside this little gap there, take a left turn. You see I got turned around a bit here. Just go left, there's the torch there. There'll be a room with lava and contraptions, as you can see here. This is a room that we'll have to come back to, but first go back and up the path with the ice. So the first thing to do is to head down that leather passageway, go up the ice, and you'll see there is another contraption with a battery slot in it. Now what you want to do here is stand next to the torch to stay warm, axiom and grab the battery, find an angle where you can pull it out of the slot that's in. If you hold the pull in the right angle, you will feel some resistance and it will pop out just like that. Just leave it there. We don't actually need that battery again, and you can't store them in your cooking pot, so just leave it there. That bit is done now. Head back down the ice path inside the mountain, back into this lava room, and you'll see there is some platforms that go up there with little lava ponds, almost little circles of lava. So we'll start to the top, climb up here, and head up to the left and outside. Now, just on the outside here, you'll see there is another electrical socket, and just floating next to it is the socket itself. I don't know, the motherboard chip, whatever you want to call it. But it is covered in ice, so we can grab it, walk our way in, lower it down into this lava pond that's just down there, put it into the fire, and you have to release the grip. Don't just hold on, it won't clear the ice, you have to release the grip, and then that makes it blue. When it turns blue, the ice is gone, it's now electrical again, and we can grab it and put it back and slot it in. So bring it all the way back, slot it in over here, and do a jump punch to walk back it into place. Alright, now that that is done, press so, up button cell. You could try and see practice and punch it, just like this, and that will slot it in. You could also climb up and punch it, it's up to you, but after it's done, you're going to want to triple jump into the sky and just climb all the way to the top of the still tower. I really do recommend doing the triple jump because you're going to get that nice and up, it's so cold there, but you should have just enough stamina like I do to make it to the top. And then at the top here, you can also pick up your reward, and when you pick up that skill point, you also unlock the frost ability. So that is now with the frost ability unlocked. So well done, you've done it, you've got the frost. But now you've got the fire, you can see the frost stuff on here. If you got the fire next though, we are going to move on to the next island. So we started here, went to the second island, there's the frosted paradise, unfortunately with that. Went all the way through to round of trials, which is just what you've done there. Now we're going to get to the next part, which is 3 more islands to unlock the flame. These are sequential, so you have to do frost first. That's why we need to look at you guys so she can use it already. So turn this until you unlock it, and you know, just turning it blows and difficult cutscene like this. This will activate all of the different things to get to the next island. So it's a pretty straightforward path. You do a little bit of jumping, a little bit of parkour, and a little bit of waiting for all the platforms. But because this is so high up there, you can actually just do some jumping and just glide. You can actually glide to the second part of this. You can skip the weight of these platforms. If you want to play it safe, that's fine. Play it safe with the actual moving platforms. But for me, I'm so high up, I'm just like, okay, I can just glide away. Why not? It's just a bit faster. Speeds it up for you guys, you know. So glide all the way over here, sit next to the lantern to keep up. And now you're going to have to run. These are the falling platforms again. So run pretty quickly down here. They will fall down. Just keep running, and then move on to this one.
Sweet! You can't conquer me! You can't conquer me! Save you from me! I love you! I'm the killer here! I'll see you caught! Mark my words!
Is Fury 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame PoE content, let me make that clear. With that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours of PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of like major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's huge. Is Fury 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame content, let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours of player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now. It's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of like major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like this super endgame. That being said, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in are there's a lot of verticality right now. Save you from me. So at this point, it is now. I never did like the super endgame. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in are more horizontal. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality. This is like development for literally what a decade of like added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's really more accessible than 1. It is now. I never did like the super that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now. So it's got developed for literally what, a decade of like major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's I never did like the super endgame. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality. Literally what a decade of major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's Fury 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame PoE content, let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality. So you've got for literally what a decade of like major being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 Fury 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame PoE content, let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours of PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now. So they're got development for literally what, a decade of like major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours of PoE, I find it easier to wrap my head around. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now. So they're got development for literally what a decade of like major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1's Fury 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did like the super endgame PoE content, let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours of PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. Huey 1 has a lot of verticality right now. It's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, Huey 1 is huge. Is Huey 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame Huey content. Let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in Huey, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. Huey 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, Huey 1 is huge. Is Huey 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame Huey content. Let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. But that being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is PoE 2 more accessible than 1? It is now. I never did, like, the super endgame PoE content. Let me make that clear. That being said, as somebody who has less than 1,000 hours in PoE, which makes me pretty much a new player, I find it easier to wrap my head around too. And I think another big part of that is because also it's not even out yet. A lot of mechanics that are in it are more horizontal than vertical. PoE 1 has a lot of verticality right now because it's undergone development for literally, what, a decade of, like, major features being added every month. So at this point, PoE 1 is huge. Is clearly two more accessible than one. It is now. I never did like the super end.
My 11-part series.
Here are the database artifacts and free farming methods in the game. These methods can lead to a whopping 8 to 16 of these artifacts per hour, so you can max out your characters in the fastest time possible. The Serpent Shrine Gunners will allow you to farm soldiers who are battling a Serion or the Great Serpent. Find the actual location of the spot by heading to the Serpent Shrine, located in the southwestern region of Venecia. Make your back to the front and use out of ladders. You have a good time.
You can't conquer me!
Glide your way to the nearest fighting ring, located just below your location. Make sure to equip the magic mask and start attacking any soldiers you can find to start the actual farming session. Head to the center of the fighting ring so all of the soldiers around you will be funneled into a tight space. So your AoE attacks will hit a crop ton of damage. Once all of the soldiers are dead inside the ring, onto your horse and head to the next key farming spot, which is another fighting ring. Follow the farming round on the screen right now and you can go back and forth between the fighting rings to reset all of the soldiers. While you are farming the regular soldiers, the 18 of Tommaso will appear, operating giant lizards as mounts. Kill the captain and watch your XP fly to the moon. Here are the database artifacts and XP farming methods in the game. These methods can give you a whopping 80 artifacts per hour, so you can start out with them as fast as possible.
Your stance is weak.
So your speed attacks will be disrupted enemies. On your board, a definite exit parking spot. Parking spot down on the screen right now, and it will not impose fighting
Your stance is weak. I love you. Are you a gladiator or a jester? Your stance is weak. To glory!
Also, take a picture better and make sure to activate the restrictions being shown on the screen right now. From the restrictions, type your name into this configuration located just below your location. Make sure to click the not attaching any soldiers to the line to start the actual farming session. And in the center of the farming
All's well, I take it.
around you will be funded into a tight space. So don't make your attacks with the interrupt planning methods. Once all of the soldiers are dead inside the ring, mount their boards and head to the next key firing spot, which is another fighting lane. Follow the fighting route on the screen right now and you should go back and forth between the fighting lanes to set up the soldiers. While you are fighting the rest of the soldiers, the 18 stars of Tommaso with gear operating giant stars dismount. Kill the best enemy once and exit back to the board. Here are tips to use artifacts and speed artifacts in the game. One is make the speed of these artifacts per hour so you can max out to them first as fastest as possible. The surface short structures will allow you to
Oh, your armor won't save you from me. Strike with weapon.
You're leaving an opening. You're leaving an opening. Your guard is weak.
start to our PM's Nexus to reset the run. But before we continue, if you are interested in supporting us in this one, please like the video and subscribe to the channel and more is on the way. Please put a like mark on the icon to the channel. But as you hear, because we try to
I'll see you call motherworks! I'll see you call motherworks! Die, you wretched scum!
From the Nexus, add your link to the nearest fighting lane location. And your link with commanded mass and start attacking any soldiers you can find to start the actual fighting session.
Fight!
Stand your ground. I'll make it quick.
Stand your ground.
I can read you like a book.
Stand your ground. Strike with purpose.
Make sure to have at least 90 to 100% skill XP bonus by equipping the Abyss Gear aptitude to gain the highest gains possible. Set your difficulty to easy as well for the fastest clear times. From the Abyss Nexus, head in the direction of the Serpent Shrine and aggro all of the enemies. Lure them away from the cliffs, then start clearing these enemies with lightning-like finishers and heavy attacks. Once all of the enemies are dead, fast travel back to our key Abyss Nexus to reset the run, rinse and repeat. But before we continue, if you are into straight to the point guys like this one, make it insane. Find the key to the southwestern region of Delicia and make sure to activate the Abyss Nexus located outside of the castle before starting farming. Make sure to equip the bandage mask and follow the farming route inside the keep, as shown on the screen right now, and kill every knight you come across. And if you follow the route accurately, the Delician elite guards or soldiers are waiting for you outside, including the captain who is worth at least one Ice Walker. You can farm 2 captains in here, and once the second captain is dead, disengage and fast travel back to the Abyss Nexus to reset the run. Rinse and repeat. The city of Tomaso is hands down the best XP farming spot in the game, allowing you to farm high-level endgame soldiers stationed in the city of Tomaso. The captain of the elite guards of Tashkal can give you an insane amount of XP that can rival the Ice Walker XP gains. Find the city of Tomaso near the Crimson Desert and make sure to activate the Abyss Nexus being shown on the screen right now. From the Abyss Nexus, glide your way to the nearest fighting ring located just below your location. Make sure to equip the bandit mask and start attacking any soldiers you can find to start the actual farming session. Head to the center of the fighting ring so all of the soldiers around you will be funneled into a tight space, so your AoE attacks will hit a crap ton of damage. Once all of the soldiers are dead inside the ring, mount your horse and head to the next key farming spot, which is another fighting ring. Follow the farming route on the screen right now and you can go back and forth between the fighting rings to reset all of the soldiers.
I'll make it quick.
Farming the regular soldiers, the elite guards of Tomaso will appear, operating giant start now. We are the enemies are stacked and we are these weapons between 1 and 8 to 16 of these artifacts per hour, so you can max out the damage fast as possible. Find the actual location of the spot by checking the Serpent Shrine, located in the southwestern region of Delicia. Make sure to activate the key of this nexus for this run before being allowed to others. Make sure to have a the highest speed possible. Set the difficulty to easy as well for the fastest clear time. From the Abyss Nexus, head in the direction of the Serpent Shrine and after move it away from the thing and start gaining the diamond and pictures and heavy attacks. Once all of the enemies are there, fast travel back to our key Abyss Nexus to reset the run, reset the run. So before we continue with the party this one, make sure to and more is on the way. The 2-minute game will allow you to farm a ton of enemies inside the castle. When the bandit here is you can farm inside the castle with a word of yourself. If there is a chance to win, then the captain of the century is word of this one Ice Walker, which is really insane. Find the key to the southwest of the outside of the castle before starting farming. Make sure to equip the bandit mask and follow the farming route inside the keep, as shown on the screen right now, and kill every time you come across. And if you follow the route accurately, the Delician
Greymane!
Make sure to equip the magnet knife and start attacking enemies. What do you have to say about the fact that Stark Weapons is responsible for billions of
Oh boy, let me guess.
Die, Greymane!
Ms.
Miss Summer.
Well, listen, Miss Brown. It's an imperfect world. It's the only one we've got. I assure you the day weapons are no longer needed to keep the peace. I'll happily transition to manufacturing bricks and beams for baby hospitals, making hemp pants and the like, but until that time, I get to drink.
You rehearse that much?
Every night, we'll get that line step.
Wow, I can picture that.
I could show you firsthand.
Sorry, I don't know your jokes. I haven't been paid to like all the beauty fat cats. Mr.
So
Summer.
if you stick around, you'll be on payroll soon enough. Call me Tony.
I'm sorry, Tony. I was looking for a more serious answer.
Okay, you're serious. My old man had a philosophy.
We'll see you train harder.
Peace by definition.
Here's the being you'll remember.
We are looking at
That's justification. I mean, the guy's selling the sticks.
I mean, my father was commended by FDR for working on Manhattan Project.
Others call it war profiteering.
Need for a response. Tell me, do you plan to run any pictures of all the millions that we've saved by advancing medical technology or kept farm starvation with orange color crops? Or are you going to ignore all those advances that respond from military funding?
Wow. Oh, you really have all of this down.
You gonna take something on?
You wanted this!
You're never gonna get me upset. Crew tech?
Start. Described by citizens of Vinci for a time. What do you have to say about that?
Ridiculous. I don't paint.
Oh, and what do you have to say about the fact that Stark...
Did you know there's a helmet in Crimson Desert that lets you hijack the general? The circuit hijacking helmet is inside a cabin. It looks like it belongs to a computer. There are computers, test tubes, awkward cabinet is very thick. I use one interactive.
How dare you call? can't conquer me!
Inside a cabinet. It looks like it belongs in a completely different area. There are computers, test tubes, and equipment that has no way to see the clockwork cabinet turns where it's sitting as normal. So I just want to figure out how to make cabinet. Now that the two cabinets are you can still walk past without knowing what's inside. To use it, equip it and hover over it in your equipment view, then press B on the keyboard or L2 plus R2 on control. It sends out a shock. If any mechanical or magnetic enemy is nearby, it hijacks their circuits and takes control of them in fight. It has no stats, and you can't sell it. The entire value is the hijackable. It's great for areas with a sci-fi cabinet in a single game hiding in a house. Crimson Desert is getting crazy years. Did you know there's a house?
Control your footing, or lose it!
This is 100% the best way to farm hundreds of this gear in Crimson Desert fast. It will take little to no damage, there's no difficult combat, and you don't have to travel to different ends of the map looking for a hidden waterfall just to get 1 to 2 gears at a time. So let's get into it. Okay, step 1, before anything, you're going to want to grab yourself a one-handed sword and a shield. You'll also need a pet to make things quicker, and once you've got what you need, head to this location on the map. All around the spire are camps with a good amount of enemies here. Step 2, you want to make the enemies hostile towards you, but don't do any damage to them. You don't want to liberate these camps, because you want to be able to repeat this process if you do. When the enemies take a swing at you, hold your shield up, and straight after they hit you, press the shield back button. This will disarm them, swing their shields and weapons in the air, and your pet will pick them up. To do this, you'll get them on the first camp. Disarm, try to avoid the guys with 3 blades. Come on, avoid guys, and also there are enemies that fly around and shoot you, so you can take those out using blinding action. So once you've finished the first camp, move around the map, circling the spire, and you'll find another camp, which is the same. The backpack is filled with all the shields and weapons you can carry. Okay, step 3. Now we just need to head for a witch. I unlock the one in the orchard first, so that's the one I always go to. This part takes the longest, but it is worth it. Just choose extract this gear and begin extracting everything from the shields and weapons you collected from the camp. Once everything is out, you'll be able to just sell the weapons and shields to the witch, and you'll get a decent amount of silver too. Now go over to create this gear and choose Tier 1 synthesis. Select all of the gears you've extracted, and now it starts the charts. You get a bunch of random of this gears, and re-roll in synthesis. You're likely getting the gear well, the Tier 2 synthesis. Then you get Tier 3, re-roll them, and you get the same.
Control your footing, or lose it! I've already seen that strike.
Eventually you'll notice one with a golden apple on its back. When you see it, blinding flash, and this will start the headshot. You'll drop the golden apple and right away, letting you pick the apple up. It's no issue. Once you get to the end of the bushes, just walk back to the beginning, which resets all of the creatures, letting you do it again and again. Just keep going until you're satisfied. Step 2, so you're going to need to get yourself a recipe for gold bars. Getting this is very simple. You just have to get to the second floor of the Spire of Insight, which is located here on the map. Just get to the tower, burn away
Control
the
your
gold,
footing,
then see
or
a
lose
pebble
it.
on the floor by the front door, pick it up and drop it in gold or match to the floor. This around find a temple and exit must hold the center of this particular center floor. And up here you can find the gold bar recipe stuck in the book and stick it up, read it, type it. Step 3, once you've got the recipe and your golden apples, now you'll just need to get some gold ore. So just head to here on the map and just use your fourth arm to scoop it all up. I should note that there are lots of gold ore locations, but this is the one I always use.
Whoa!
So catching gold bars you visit a witch. The first one I unlocked was the one in Fluctuates. So just go over, ask her to create some of this gear and you'll be able to get as many gold bars as you have ingredients for. So now just head over to any bank, speak to the banker, and you can trade gold bars for 500 silver. It's nice and easy. If you want to make unlimited money in Crimson Desert, then this unlimited gold farm is exactly what you're looking for. So let's get into it. So before anything, you're going to need to get yourself a mask because we're going on a stealing spree. So head over to the back alley shop just south of the Command Church and get yourself a mask and equip it. You can now commit crimes and your identity is hidden. Step 1, head up to here on the map. It's called the Demoness Wildlife Park. Here you'll find what is basically a zoo. All of the NPCs are also animals here, but the most important thing about the visitors is they are criminals. You want to walk around with your lamp out and check every visitor. When you put the lamp up, you'll see them.
Put them to the test.
Most of these nobles are carrying coin pouches. 1 to 3 of them are carrying a gold bar, and this is what you'll need. Now, I'm not going to lie, sometimes this can take a while to find a gold bar, but I promise you it's worth it. So keep looking until you find it. When you found one, steal it from the noble by bumping into them. Get a pop-up to pickpocket. Sometimes you'll get the gold bar the first time, other times you'll need to do it again. Now, just run out of the detention zone. Once you check everyone, you can reset them all by fast traveling to this point right next to the wildlife park. Step 2, once you've got a few gold bars, it's time to head to the bank in Hanan, just here on the map. We're not selling the gold bars, we're going to invest them for unlimited money. So speak to a banker and open up an account and choose either medium or high risk. It doesn't actually matter. You make more from the higher risk, but if you put it on medium, you can at least ignore it for a few days and not worry too much. It costs 100 silver to open an investment account. If you don't have that, just drop the bank and you should get enough to cover the costs. Once you open your account, just deposit all of your gold bars. They're worth 500 silver each in your account. Step 3 now comes the exploiting part of the strategy. After 3 days, your investment will update and you'll either make money or lose money. So before the countdown to the 3rd day hits 0, just save your progress, preferably 2 to 3 minutes before. When that timer hits 0, if you lose money, just reload your save until you earn money. Or load again if the money you made wasn't high enough. You can do this every 3 days, and the more gold bars you have in your account, the more potential money you can earn. Just withdraw the silver you want and rinse and repeat.
If you didn't go to the ER after a car accident, you could still be owed a huge check.
No, seriously, I didn't go to the ER and still got paid $82,000, and all I had to do was qualify. Most people think visible injuries and car damage are what determine how much you could be paid. But I had silent injuries that showed up weeks later, and my car wasn't even totaled. Here's what I didn't understand at the time. After my accident, I honestly felt okay. A little shaken up, a little sore, but nothing that screamed emergency room. So I skipped it, went home, and figured I'd see how I felt in a few days. That's what almost everyone does, and that's exactly what the insurance company is counting on. Because here's the part most people never realize. The silent injuries are the ones that could cost you the most. Whiplash, soft tissue damage, concussions that don't show up until a week later, back pain that slowly creeps in, headaches, sleep problems. These are all real injuries. They all count, and they're exactly what insurance companies quietly hope you never document properly. About 10 days after my accident, my neck started really bothering me. Then my lower back. Then the headaches kicked in. When I called insurance to update them, they offered me $4,800 to close things out. Not because my case was small, but because I hadn't gone to the ER on day one, so they figured they could lowball me and I'd take it. I almost did. Then a coworker told me about the Accident Settlement Service. It's a service designed specifically to help some accident victims get paid a way bigger check that could account for things they never would have considered. Silent injuries, delayed symptoms, ongoing doctor visits, missed work. It could help you get paid without suing the other driver, without going to court, and without having to pay expensive upfront legal fees. But here's the catch. It's not available to everyone. You have to qualify first. So I pulled up their qualification tool. 4 quick questions about my accident. Less than 30 seconds. The screen told me I qualified, and that was the moment everything changed. Once I qualified, an accident specialist took my entire case over. 0 upfront costs. No insurance calls, no paperwork, no courtroom. They did all the heavy lifting while I focused on getting better. 10 weeks later, $82,000 was in my bank account. From an accident where I didn't go to the ER, where my car wasn't even totaled, and where insurance had tried to close me out for $4,800. And I'm not some exception. Take Camille. She didn't go to the ER too, felt fine for the first week, then started getting migraines and neck spasms. Insurance offered her $5,600. She qualified for the service and walked away with $124,000 in 11 weeks. Or debit. No ambulance, no ER visit, just a shoulder issue that got worse over the next month. Insurance offered him $4,200. He qualified for the service and got $76,000 in under 9 weeks. Here's how you check if you may qualify too. Click the link, answer 4 quick questions about your accident, and the tool tells you right on the spot whether you qualify. Less than 30 seconds. Costs you nothing. If you qualify, an accident specialist could take over your case completely. Every call, every form, every negotiation, while you could just wait for your settlement. If you don't qualify, no harm done. But if you do, what you could be looking at might be completely different from what insurance is trying to hand you. And the whole thing is $0 out of pocket. No retainer, no hidden fees, no surprise bills. You don't pay a single cent unless the service actually wins you money. Just think about it for a second. What could $50,000 change for you? $100,000? $200,000? Medical bills cleared, rent covered, credit cards at 0, real breathing room instead of the stress you've been carrying since the accident. But these cases come with hard deadlines, and insurance companies know them. They stall and delay on purpose, because the longer they drag it out, the closer you get to that window closing. Once it closes, they owe you nothing. I almost signed that $4,800 check because I figured skipping the ER meant my case wasn't worth much. That assumption would have cost me $77,000. The only thing that stopped me was taking 30 seconds to check. Click the link below, answer the 4 questions, and find out in under 30 seconds whether you qualify. It's free. It's fast. And if you qualify, this service could help you get paid what your case may actually be worth. Click below right now. Because the worst thing isn't finding out you don't qualify. It's never checking at all and wondering what you could have walked away with.
They offered me $3,000 for my minor accident. This Harvard AI calculator showed me it was worth $85,000. Let me show you why. Let me show you something that's changing here. This is the Case Connect compensation calculator. It's powered by Harvard-level AI technology, and it analyzes over 100,000 accident settlements each. Determine your case value. Here's why this matters. Most people never sell your Axe insured. They accept what the insurance offers and leave thousands on the table. This changes everything. It asks for 4 simple questions about your Axe. It takes 30 seconds and instantly shows you what your case is actually worth. No personal information needed, no commitment, just pure data. Over 13,000 people used this last year alone, and the results are shocking. The average person discovered their case was worth 3 to 5 times more than what insurance offers. Want to know what your case's true value is? Click below right now. Use the free calculator. See exactly what you deserve before it's too late.
We all know the Demonis pickpocket farm in Crimson Desert. You go in, you lift your torch, and find people with gold bars. When they have one, you steal it and run. This is all good, but it can also be a little slow in a game where you have so much to do. So here is how to get it done faster. Okay, step 1, get yourself explosive arrows. You can buy a few from the back alley vendor in Henan in Deep Fog Basin. It's located just between the R and N on the map. You'll only need a few because equipping the infinite arrows 2 and 3 on your bow will give you unlimited explosive arrows. Step 2, head to the Demonis Wildlife Park, but instead of opening the front door, fly over it. You'll need to keep it shut. Now just stand at the top, looking out at the park. And then step 3, all you've got to do is start firing explosive arrows behind all of the crowds. They will start to panic and run towards the door below you. So just keep doing this until you've got the whole park panicking below. Now just hop down and use a move that wipes everyone out in one go. If you've got a pet, they'll help you with looting all of the park visitors. You will get a wanted level here, but it only goes up to 100 silver, which you can pay off at any point at any church. Doing this, fast traveling to the nearby fast travel spot and repeating it will get you all of the gold bars you would have had to search for. But you'll also get hundreds of silver pouches, jewelry, ore, hide, food, and so many other helpful materials for crafting. As far as Abyss artifact farming goes in Crimson Desert, this is most likely the easiest, most reliable, and is very unlikely to get patched out because it isn't a glitch or exploit. So let's get into it. So for step 1, you don't have to get either of these, but it's highly recommended. Either get yourself a couple of explosive arrows and then get the infinite arrows 2 and 3 on your bow. One is 40% chance not to consume arrows, the other is 60%, so you'll never use up an explosive arrow. I literally had 4 in my inventory during this whole video. The second ability you could get is Frost Mantle. It freezes, then instantly kills enemies in your vicinity. I personally still opt to use the bow over Frost Mantle, but I'll show you footage of both and you can decide. But if you don't have any of these, you can just bring your strongest weapons and abilities. It just won't be over as quick. Okay, so step 2, you'll want to head here on the map to the Flame Knight Castle in Demonis. There is a fast travel point right next to it, which is the reason this farm is so overpowered. If you already liberated this area, it's all good. Just put your reblockade settings up to the highest, and you'll just need to wait for them to be taken over again. But don't worry, this is the only time you'll be waiting for a reblockade. So pop over the wall. If you bought unlimited explosive arrows with you, get somewhere high. Now just destroy everyone in the main courtyard. Use your sword, use Frost Mantle, or just blow them all up with unlimited explosive arrows. Your yellow bar to the left of the minimap will shoot up 3/4 of the way every time you do this. Okay, step 3, now hop back over the wall, run a little distance until there is no more attention on you. Then fast travel back to the castle and do it all over again. It's important that even after defeating everyone in the courtyard and taking the blockade down to 0%, that you don't go looking for the boss. Just leave, fast travel, and it will reset all of the enemies you just killed. Doing this over and over will get you an insane amount of Abyss artifacts. This is a fast and easy way to get yourself some easy Abyss artifacts if you don't fancy fighting over and over to get that farm maxed out. So let's get into it. Okay, step 1. So before anything, you'll want to get yourself the Legerman Abyss gears slotted into your armor. This gets you extra loot during pickpocketing. You can get them easily doing my Abyss gear farm and then special synthesizing the gears until you get Legerman. can also pick up the Great Thief Gloves, which lets you pickpocket without being caught. You can get these from the Secret of the Lost Seal quest with the House Circus questline. Okay, step 2, head over to the Scalastone Institute, and you'll want to head into the cafeteria area following my path. NPCs here will have Abyss artifacts on them, shown as very obvious squares in their pockets when you hold up the torch. I like to check everyone with my torch on the way to the cafeteria, just in case. But you will definitely find a majority of the artifacts in the cafeteria. Okay, step 3, you just want to walk around holding up your torch, looking for the Abyss artifacts. Once you find one, equip your stealing armor, and then take the artifacts. Just run into them, and then you'll get the option to pickpocket. If they're sat down, just jump on them, and that's when it'll pop up. Once you've checked everyone, travel back to the fast travel spot, and follow the path again. So, that's everything. Thanks for watching, and please do sub for more.
The future is full of uncertainty, but uncertainty can be measured. Kalshi is an exchange built around real-world events. Each market asks a single question, 2 possible outcomes, yes or no. As new information arrives, prices move, and those prices reflect the market's probability. If the event happens, the contract settles at $1. If it doesn't, it settles at 0. Kalshi markets track events across the economy, weather, and sports, a regulated exchange for trading real-world events.
I think you should already know Prize Picks is now available in most states.
Download the Prize Picks app and start playing today.
You can farm XP infinitely early game in Crimson Desert, and it is incredibly simple to do. So let's get into it. Step 1, get to chapter 3. Pretty early on in the chapter, you'll be tasked with finding the Reef Devil boss. 2, when you get to the part where you're running through all the spinning wind turbines that spawn enemies, you can start the farm. To step 3, from here, all you've got to do is continue to fight the smaller Reef Devils. Don't continue on to find the boss, just keep farming the enemies because they'll keep spawning. There's a great spot on a cliff where 2 enemy spawners are right next to each other, so you can just run back and forth between the 2, never really waiting for the Reef Devils to spawn again. And then a bonus tip here, if you get yourself the Fuando Katana, I've made a video on where to find it, you'll be able to one-shot the Reef Devils with no issue at all. Here is how you can farm thick hide in Crimson Desert over and over again. This is without a long pause in between or a lengthy setup process. So let's get into it. Step 1, head to this spot on the map and activate the fast travel hub. It's easy enough just to ride to this location from the start of the game. Just don't get in any fights because you will be destroyed by some of the tougher enemies. Step 2, in front of you will be 1 to 4 rhinos. Take them down and skin them. You'll receive a few thick hides per rhino. Then step 3, spawn back to the fast travel location, and you'll notice the rhinos have respawned. Now just rinse and repeat until you have insane amounts of thick hide. That's everything. Sub for more.
Our ginseng seeds are a particular one that are worth getting, and those ginsengs are really handy because you can use them for various different crafting recipes. They give you some really good bonuses, but you can see if you scroll down, you can also acquire extra seeds from him that you need to contract. Rubber tree seeds, for example, need to be got from Varnia, and one of the traders there will sell you a supply contract, so you can then get these seeds back at your base. So if you go to the different traders in the different regions and then get their trust level up high enough, you'll be then able to talk to them and get into their shop and then buy a seed contract from them. So as well as being able to buy seeds and other things from them, you might be able to get a seed contract. So you can see I've got a seed supply contract here, and he sells coffee seeds and NSET seeds, but you can also get seeds from different things. I'll show you how to do that in a second. But buy these contracts and then make sure you use the contract to then acquire the seeds, and then you'll be able to get them. But you can also get Abyss seeds from just right-clicking or using an Abyss cell and then clicking on the Obtain Seed option. That will then give you an Abyssal seed that you can then plant at your farm, so you can then stick that in the ground. You can extract seeds from other things as well, so you can see from these end sets, I can have the option to then extract seeds. You either extract one or extract all seeds. You can't do this for everything. You can't do it for golden apples, for example, which is a shame because that would be cool. But you can extract seeds from fruit and things that you've collected and then plant them. Now over in Demonets, in one of the fields over there, after I'd seen the farm and crafted it, I then saw a guy using a water sprayer, and you'll see that you then have the option to watch him doing it, so you have the option to observe this, and it then teaches you how to use a water sprayer and what it can do. But in order to get the water spray, you first need to craft it, so you have to go to the smithy and then get him to craft it from the everyday equipment list. You'll see there's the field sprayer and the fertilizer sprayer, and these require timber, iron, rubber, and water in order to get them. Water you can get fairly easily from the well by just putting the bucket in and then lifting it back up again and grabbing the water. Rubber I've shown how to get in a previous video, but basically that's over the other side of the map in order to get that. And you can grow it slowly and carefully, and then obviously timber, I've shown you how to get that nice and easily as well. But if you need fine timber, then you'll want to get a standard axe, because the fancy logging axe that I've got only gives you the very best timber, the flawless timber, so you need a standard logging axe in order to get fine timber to then be able to craft this field sprayer and the fertilizer. I recommend crafting both of them though, because using those will help the crops to grow. You do, however, need a bunch of time because you have to keep going back and you have to keep spraying and you have to wait. It takes several days for these things to grow, so it's not going to be quick. But if you equip the field sprayer from the wheel and then pull it out, you can then spray water onto it and make sure it's well watered. It's only worth doing it on the lumps where you've actually planted the seed. In this instance, you can see it moving up and down the whole thing, but that's actually a waste. It's not very efficient. It's better, it seems, just spraying on the particular box where you planted the seed, especially with the fertilizer sprayer, because it seems to run out quicker than the water sprayer. So you have to be careful with how you're using it and be more efficient than I am in these clips. So watch out for that. But then eventually keep going back, keep doing it, repeat the process, watering until the plants have grown fully, and then you'll be able to harvest from them. But the other thing to watch out for is, unfortunately, the field sprayer has a durability on it, so eventually it will just break while you're trying to use it, explode in your hands, and wood will go everywhere. So then you'll have to go and craft another one. But eventually the crops will grow, and then you'll be able to harvest them. So you can see me grabbing the ginseng here, and you get a lot of it from this area, and then a hole will appear where you can put another seed in. If you go into your inventory, you can just extract the seed from one of the ginsengs that you've got, and then put it back in and grow a bunch more crops again, so you can actually multiply the things that you're growing quite easily that way by just extracting one seed and then growing a plant that will give you loads of different products. Eventually you'll be able to get seeds quite easily and grow things quite easily as well. The rubber tree also not only gives you rubber, but also gives you a seed from it as well. So you can see you can get seeds from it. I actually got 7 seeds from that tree and then a bunch of rubber. However, once it's grown, you have to chop it down and then start again. So you have to get rid of it entirely. So get your logging axe out, chop the rubber tree down, and then plant it again. And then repeat the process of watering and then using the fertilizer on it and waiting in order for it to reappear. Assuming, of course, that you want rubber and that you need it, which it is used for various different things. You might well want to plant some of this and use that there. So it does require a lot of patience So you can use this farm plot to grow a lot of abyss trees, and then you can get the abyss cells from it. I noticed also while I was pulling the abyss cells down from it, it might be easy just to chop the abyss trees down, grab the cells, and then go about the process of replanting. It's more efficient to do it that way, so just knock the tree down and then get the resources. Fortunately, the dog doesn't want to help with this for some reason, so you've still got to pick them up individually. If you've ever sent your grey mates out to recapture a stronghold or an area, you might have found, like I did, that they end up getting hurt. This isn't ideal because you just found them knocking around, sort of feeling sorry for themselves on the ground after getting into the fight, even though I went to help them. They were pretty weak at this time. You have to make sure they've got the right level of combat power in order to be able to deal with an area before you go there. What you can do though is if they are injured, you can use the healing force palm on them. So you activate your force palm and then press the button to turn on the healing force palm, which on PC is a tab, which over the bottom of the screen what it is. You can then heal them up so they'll get back into battle. I found in one of the regions over in Demonis in the Hollow Haven that there are people trapped inside the pots over there. If you destroy the pots, you can free the people, and then you can get the points of contribution for that region for doing so. So this isn't obvious, so I thought it'd be worth pointing out that you can just find people in pots, so just smash all the pots if you go into that region, destroy those, and then you'll get that bonus. Over in Demonis, there's a circus here that's worth visiting for various reasons. You might have seen the grabber machine, for example. One thing that's interesting when you go in, if you pay attention to the minimap, you'll see other white dots with some hashing around it, which indicates a thing of interest in this tent in particular, which is the Shield of Ringing. You can get this. Now, this is a shield that might be interesting to use and play around with. It has a durability on it, so it won't last for ages. But these sorts of items appear on the minimap quite often as little dots, and it's easy to overlook them, so I wanted to point it out. You can see this has a special bonus to it, so it might be worth grabbing. Now, you might have noticed that there are boxes in the world that you can loot, and you can see when you bring a lantern up that there's things of interest inside, but it's hard to know what those things are without opening them individually, and this is a pain. And some of these for some reason are steel. So what I realised I could do is you could use the nature's snare to basically destroy the boxes and grab everything out of them, and then you can have a look at see what's inside and whether it's worth stealing or not bothering with. So this is quite a fun way of using the mechanics, I think. Did you know that it's possible to get yourself a hot air balloon, and then you can use this to move around the map? This is one of the brilliant things about this game. There's so many different ways of getting about, and this basically is a special map that you can get by going to the Skullstone Institute and then doing the research there. Again, like the other research, it takes some time to do, and it isn't cheap necessarily once you get to the top end of it. But you'll see this is on the second level. There are a few different cloud cards, is what they're known as in the game, that you can research, and then you can get crafted. The Grey Mates have to craft them in the same way with Magic Scythe, and then eventually you'll then be unlocked and then assigned to your knowledge and to your summoning abilities. So you'll have it in your inventory as one of your special mounts that you can use. So you see, if you go to special mount, you can see the different cloud cards that I've crafted there. You can then summon it from that menu and whistle it in. But you do have to make sure there's enough space for it actually to land. So there wasn't enough space initially for it to land, and then I had to move away and do it, and then it did land indeed, and then you can just get in it, and you can control it and move it around, and then you can jump out of it and go down to the ground, so it can be a fun way to get about with the map. It does take some time to recharge before you can call it again. Now, after you've done the various different sanctums for the witches, you'll unlock various different blueprints for the cuckoo crafting, one of which is the flame spitter. So this is the sanctum of renunciation, which I cleared out and cleansed. And then I got the flame spitter. Now you have to get a standard flame spitter from...
Could you use up to $800? Find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate last month, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today.
For a limited time, hosts can earn $500 in travel rewards when you list your 3+ bedroom property on Vrbo. That's $500 you can spend on Vrbo, Expedia, and hotel hotels.com. You'll also get access to better guests who stay longer and spend more. And unlock powerful tools that put you in control. Start hosting on the platform that rewards you. Visit verbo.com/hostbonus to get started.
Here, but the endeavours from the knights here, they'll have it basically a flamethrower. They've got a chance to drop it here. There's also quite a castle that seems to have it as well. So down the bottom of the map in the Dewhaven territory, there's the Fort Wind Bridge. You can go there and you'll find those guys who also have the flame splitter as well. But once you get that, you can take it back to the Cuckoo Hot Crafter, and he'll then be able to craft your flame splitter if you put the right parts. So you need the electromagnetic flame splitter and various other parts that you will have collected, hopefully, by cleansing the sanctums. You can then use this as a ranged weapon. It's basically a little flamethrower. And there are various different weapons like this that you can craft with the Cuckoo crafting man, and so unfortunately these different weapons of interest. As mentioned, that little white dot has again appeared here. I've just cleared out this area, and then I noticed on the minimap a little white dot with a hashing on it, and then I found that there's a sword there. You've seen other loot just got sent to my private storage, but this weapon of interest did not get sent. It was still sitting there to be picked up. Often these weapons will have different gears assigned to them, and as you can see, it's already refined as well, so you can hang on to it, extract the gears, and either carry on using it, refine it further, or maybe extract all the materials from it and get yourself a bunch of stuff. I usually like to lock these things so I don't accidentally sell them. I also found this necklace, which is really cool, and as a British person, I totally want this in my life. It's a special necklace that you can use. It's when it's raining, you can go into the wheel, and then you can select it, so you can see the radiant necklace here, and then you can press the button, which is B on PC, to activate it, and then it just makes the sun come out, which is awesome. Unfortunately, I can't remember where I found it, and I can't show you the footage for it, but it is worth watching out for this, because it is a pretty cool tool to have, and you can see this is what it looks like. I want to show you something I've discovered in terms of how to get more XP, and therefore more artifacts in Crimson Desert, and you can then use them to upgrade your gear to get better stuff. I've discovered Aptitude 2 as an Abyss gear, which when applied to armor gives you 20% more experience during general play, which means you can get more experience more quickly. Now I wanted to see if you could craft another version of this and improve it by going to the special crafting witch, and then use Fortification 2 and Aptitude 2 to then create maybe Aptitude 3 for hopefully even more XP. But by combining these, I accidentally made a bunch of greater gears instead. Now these are cool and all, but unfortunately they're durability, which means they'll break. But you can see I've got Shock Ward, I've got Malice Bane, I've got Mud Bane, I've got Steel Bane, and I've also got Greater Arrows. These aren't useful, so instead I've loaded up in previous save. Now you can save scum your way to create some pretty interesting Abyss gears if you're willing to do so and spend some time on it. And I spent quite a bit of time on it. And after a while, I managed to create another Aptitude 2. So now instead of making a third level, I made two of the same. So I decided to take momentum off my gloves and put both of those aptitudes on instead. So now I've got 2 plus 20 aptitude Abyss gears on my gloves, meaning that potentially you have 40% experience gain. As you can see, if you go to status, it is indeed that. You can obviously craft Abyss gears by combining them, synthesize them with the witch, and hopefully get some of these. I then went to one of the blockaded camps here, and then just smashed my way through the fortress and got an Abyss artifact. Now in a recent patch they made it so that areas get reblockaded. So I quickly discovered that basically the same camp keeps getting reblockaded over and over again. And some of them seem to reblockade really fast, but basically the camp you cleared out is now full of enemies again. So you just keep going back to them over and over again, beating up all the baddies, getting Abyss artifacts, and then using it to potentially level up your gear, or obviously your character. So doing this is beneficial in several ways. It's fun for a start, but also you can use it for several upgrades. And I thought this would be handy for basically changing my gear to new stuff, which I'll show you in a second. The other thing you could do is you can do local dispatch or send out missions from the great main camp where you can get them to go to a particular place and try to liberate it. My great main camp's pretty low level still, so I haven't worked on it very much. So what I found is trying to send them out to deal with these places basically ends up in them all getting knocked out, not killed, but just not very handy. So I went to join in the fight over there to try and shorten the process so they get through it quickly. And I found a bunch of them just sort of half days just standing there not doing anything and not being very useful. Luckily I managed to clear the camp out on my own anyway. But I thought it would be a good way to combine the two of me doing this and getting artifacts and maybe them going out and completing missions and therefore improving the camp in that way. It doesn't seem to work very well if you send great links out to deal with a higher level camp, even if you're there to help. Because as you can see, they just sort of bent over feeling sorry for themselves in this location. Another way to get Abyss gears is through gear and weapons that you previously refined. The devs have added in the extraction method that you can now get via the blacksmith. Unlock things that you no longer want for full refinement. Go to the blacksmith and go to the extraction menu, and then you can see that you can unrefine your gear. You can choose the level of refinement you want to go back to, even at the basic level, and then get some of the things back. You'll get 70% apparently of the ores and other materials. You'll get all the Abyss artifacts that you put into refining those things, and also any scales that you use in the process as well, so the dragon scales. So this is a great way to get loads of materials back from weapons and armor that you're not really interested in using anymore, or maybe you upgraded in the past but you don't want to change to something else that you haven't sold, so you've just been holding on to it. I'm doing this with my plate armor, for example. I like this plate armor, I've maxed it out and refined it. It's got some nice gears on it. I wanted to change. I didn't want to lose the 6 artifacts that I put into it, for example, you can see here. So I wanted to get those back. So extracting them from that, from a bow, from a sword, and I'd then be able to sync those Abyss artifacts into other armor sets, into helmets, shoes, and cloaks, and this chainmail set I wanted to use instead for a bit of a change of look. And also some potentially nice upgrades or the ability to swap weapons. So for example, I'm now using the Azov sword, which is the one that you get with the dragon, the book that you can get, that you can then craft a bunch of gear from. And actually to play around a bit more with the different weapons without worrying about losing the artifacts. I also discovered that the reset boots now have a socket on them, so it seems in the recent patch they've added a socket to these boots, which means that you can now put an additional Abyss gear on there that you didn't seem to be able to do before. So I go into the witch, unlock that socket, and then you can put something on there. So I took momentum and turned /damage gear, which is pretty cool, and stuck that on the boots, so it's not going to waste. So hopefully with these tips you'll be able to get more XP, more Abyss gears, and then upgrade your stuff in useful ways. If you found this useful, check out the links in the description to the playlist with more tips and tricks, and let me know in the comments if you've got any nice tips that you've discovered. My big suggestion here would definitely be to hold on to any Abyss gears that you get, even ones you don't plan on using, because you might be able to synthesize some more interesting ones, which is why you might see a massive collection of Abyss gears on one person, and sometimes in my storage chest. So I like to extract them from weapons and armor sets that I'm not using, and then hold on to them and then take them to the witch to see if it synthesize something better. And obviously that one that gives you an XP bonus is pretty fantastic. This has been the Baroque Prawn. Thanks very much for watching.
Do you have unclaimed tax credit ready to claim? Yo, man, quick question. What if you found out the government owed you money? I want it. Right, from changing jobs to having kids, most people don't even realize they have unclaimed tax credits tied to their name. I don't even remember what I put last year. Yeah, it's not too late, though. I've been using Ben Verify to check public records for unclaimed funds or tax-related credits that people claim. No way. Seriously? Yeah, refundable credits, stimulus-related funds, overlooked filings. It all adds up, and if the money's out there, you should know, right? Right. All you gotta do is search your name on benverify.com today. King's Drop, build and fight.